Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin momentarily. Please take time to mute your devices now so as not to interfere with the conference session, budget hearing, or executive session of the City Council meeting tonight. Today is Tuesday, October 5th, 2021. We will be having a budget hearing tonight, as well as a conference review of the docket items for Thursday. You may mute or unmute yourself if you're on a landline by dialing *6. If you wish to raise or unraise your hand during the public hearing, you may do so on a landline by *9. If you're on a smartphone device, please look for the appropriate icons to accomplish both of these items. Thank you very much. We'll begin shortly. Please take the time to mute your devices now so as not to interfere with the meeting. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. This meeting is being called to order. Adequate notice of this meeting has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act pursuant to Public Laws 1975, Chapter 231. This agenda is complete to the extent known and was sent to the Trenton Times, posted on the first floor bulletin board in the City Hall, filed in the City Clerk's office, and posted on the City of Trenton's website. Formal action will be taken. Roll call, Mr. Conlon.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely is being marked absent. Ms. Colwell-Wilson.
Present.
Mr. Harrison.
Present.
Mr. Michelle.
Present.
What is that, Mr. Conlon?
It's Mr. Michelle. We're getting some feedback. I'll mute him temporarily. He's present. Mr. Rodriguez.
Present.
Ms. Vaughn. Ms. Vaughn is being marked absent. Council President McBride.
Present.
Council President, we do have a quorum. Would you like me to call the directors?
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Cruz.
Present.
My apologies. I just wanted to, Mr. Kaloji, you are present, sir, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. My apologies, sir. Mr. Cruz is present. Mr. Cherry.
Present.
Mr. Liston.
Present.
Mr. Bridges. Is there a representative of the law department here? Mr. Wilson.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Douglas.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Daniels. Mr. Daniels. Dr. Lopez.
Good evening, I'm present.
Good evening, ma'am. Mr. Ranatieri. Ms. Richardson. Mr. Lavenberg. Mr. Zelinski.
Present.
Council President, we do have a quorum, and the directors are present as noted. Council President, we have several items on the agenda, including an executive session and a public hearing. Which would you like to move to first, ma'am?
I would like to move to the executive session first and then post up the notice that we are in executive session, and then we will come back and continue with the budget portion of this meeting.
Yes, if IT could please post a notice. We are going to go to executive session shortly, assuming the vote passes. I have a motion by Council President McBride to move to executive session. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. I'll now call the roll. Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely is absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Here. Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn. Ms. Vaughn is absent. Council President McBride.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Did
the
you call
council has adjourned.
Did you call Councilman Rodriguez? I
Yes,
hear
ma'am,
you
I
call
did.
Councilman. Okay.
Yes, ma'am, I did, and you voted up. Ladies and gentlemen, we are adjourned to executive session at 5:34 p.m. We will be returning shortly for the budget hearing and for the conference call tonight for tonight's meeting. We ask that you hang in there or return with us shortly. And we are going to have a notice up indicating that we are in executive session. We shall return shortly. Thank you very much for your patience.
And he said that he would do the same and that they will re-talk again about anything that they found.
Who are we waiting for? Mr. Conlon, who are we waiting for?
I'm checking it right now, ma'am. Okay, Council President, looks like everyone has joined us back.
All righty. So let us move forward with the public portion of the budget.
Yes, ma'am. Let me call the roll for the return. Ladies and gentlemen, we're resuming the regular meeting. I will now call the roll. Mr. Blakely. Ms. Blakely is still absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Present.
Mr. Harrison.
Present.
Michelle.
Present.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Present.
Ms. Vaughn.
Present.
Council President McBride.
Present.
City Clerk is present. Mr. Kaloji.
Present.
Thank you. Council President, would you like to call the directors again?
I believe they're still here. I see them on. So
Yes, ma'am.
I believe we're good. We may continue. Basically, we're going to be doing the public portion of the budget, right?
Yes, ma'am. I have one administrative item that must be done during the public hearing. So if you'd like, I will proceed down the docket.
Go right
down,
ahead.
down the agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, I declare open a public hearing for the 2021 transitional year budget. At the top, we do have a budget amendment which must be read into the record during the public hearing. With the Council President's permission, I will read that budget amendment into the record prior to the public portion. Council President, may I proceed?
Go right ahead.
Council President, this is a resolution to approve the fiscal year 2021 municipal current fund budget amendments for the city of Trenton. We're reading into the record at this time. This will be considered after the public hearing is closed. Whereas the City of Trenton introduced the budget for the transitional year 2021 was approved on the second day of September 2021. Whereas the public hearing on said budget will be held on October 5th, 2021. Whereas it is decided to amend said approved introduced budget. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton, County of Mercer, State of New Jersey, that the following amendments to the introduced approved budget of the transitional year 2021 be made. I will now read the current fund, the from and to into the record. First, current fund revenue, alcohol beverage licenses, from $212,757 to $160,053.60. Interest and costs on taxes, $1,130,730.65 to $500,000. Total Section A local revenue adjustments from $3,794,598.77 to $3,067,164.72. State aid, Comtra, from $22,472,268 to $21,302,754. Energy tax receipts, from $20,812,284 to $26,878,154.65. Total Section B state aid without offsetting appropriations, from $53,285,257 to $58,181,613.65. Grants, State of New Jersey Department of Health, Vocation Supplemental Funding, addition of $100,000. Grants, State of New Jersey Department of Health, Strengthening Local Public Health Transition Year 2021, an addition of $291,042. Grants, State of New Jersey Department of Health Childhood Poisoning Program Transition Year 2021, addition of $795,449. Grants, State of New Jersey Department of Health, DHSS, Phillip, CRI, Links, Transitional Year 2021, an addition of $102,000. State of New Jersey Department of Community Affairs, Reentry Program, an addition of $150,000. State of New Jersey Department of Community Affairs Anti-Violence Program, an addition of $1,333,333. State of New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection Clean Communities Grant Transitional Year 2021, an addition of $142,000. DEP Volkswagen Mitigation Grant Project, an addition of $1,200,000. Total Section F Special Items of General Revenue, Public-Private Revenues under grants, from $5 million and to $9,113,837.11. Next, we have sale of city-owned property, from $842,462 to $1,000. Next, we have total Section G special items of revenue, other special items. Total Section G special items of revenue, other special items, from $18,141,442.39 to $17,299,980.39. Total miscellaneous revenues changed from $80,595,711.16 to $88,037,008.87. Subtotal general revenues from $82,595,711.16 to $90,037,008.87. Amount to be raised by taxes for support, from $48,132,135.57 to $48,132,135.58. Addition to local district school tax, from $469,592 to $757,358.16. Minimum library tax, from $197,639 to $395,278.42. Total amount to be raised by taxes, from $48,997,005.87 to $49,284,772.16. Total and general revenues, from $131,592,717.03 to $139,321,781.03. Appropriation, city council attorney salary and wages, in addition to $42,000. City clerk operating expenses from $74,296 to $109,296.50. City code from city clerk Oprah legal costs. This is from $42,000 to $21,000. Purchasing operating expenses. $22,287 from $22,287.50 to $27,287.50. Health and Human Services Director operating expenses from $50,896.50 to $80,896.50. Health Promotion and Code Enforcement operating expense from $27,760.50 to $57,760.50. Environmental health operating expenses from $15,112.75 to $35,112.75. Animal control operating expense from $299,900 to $349,900. Police operating expense from, ladies and gentlemen, if you could please mute your devices at this time, we greatly appreciate it. Police operating expense from $903,900 to $939,900. Police public property salary and wages from $1,394,381 to $1,494,381.20. If IT can help me with muting people in the background, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. I could also get it. Public property operating expense, this is from $692,436.25 to $892,436.25. Recreation maintenance and recreation maintenance and natural resources salary and wages from $341,603.38 to $416,603.38. Recreation maintenance and national resources operating expenses from $273,774.75 to $473,774.75. Pool salary and wages, $805,000 from $805,000 to $930,000. Pool operating expense from $340,600.74 to $415,600.74. Health insurance operating expenses from $12,421,203.43 to $13,421,203.43. Workers' compensation operating expenses from $2.5 million to $3.5 million. Postage operating expense from $200,000 to $240,000. Total operations within caps from $90,938,091.91 to $93,980,091.91. Over expenditure of grants from $100,000 to zero. Over expenditure of budget appropriations from $127,033.91 to $140,718.31. Prior year bills, food service, from $0 to $50,000. Mercer County Clerk Election Board, from $0 to $43,706.85. Total deferred charges and statutory expenditures within caps, $2,565,182.05. From $2,565,182.05 to $2,572,573.30. Total appropriations within caps from $93,503,273.96 to $96,552,665. Grants, again, State of New Jersey Department of Health Vaccination Supplemental Funding from $0 to $100,000. State of New Jersey Department of Health strengthening local public health transition year 2021 from $0 to $291,042. State of New Jersey Department of Health childhood lead poisoning program transitional year 2021, an addition of $795,449 from $0. State of New Jersey DHSS Phillips CRI links again to transitional year, an addition of $102,000. State of New Jersey Department of Community Affairs Reentry Program, $150,000. That is a duplicate page. No, I'm sorry. There's another entry. It's a separate side of the budget. This is State of New Jersey Department of Community Affairs Reentry Program, addition of $150,000. State of New Jersey DCA Anti-Violence Program, an addition of $1,333,333. State of New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection Clean Communities Grant 2021, transition year 2021, an addition of $142,013.11. DEP Volkswagen Mitigation Grant Project, $1,200,000. Local match from $0 to $542,814.34. COPS grant, second year. Actually, I'm sorry, that is local match. That is for the COPS grant, second year. It's a $542,814.34. Total grants went from $5 million to $9,656,651.45. Total excluded from CAPS is $7,081,639.03, has been changed to $11,738,290.48. Total appropriations excluded from CAPS is from $31,876,943.89 to $36,533,595.34. Total excluded from CAPS is $32,634,302.05 to $37,290,953.50. Subtotal of general appropriations is going from $126,137,576.01 to $133,843,618.71. Reserve for uncollected taxes is going from $5,455,141.02 to $5,478,162 and 32 cents, $162.32. Total general appropriations is going from $131,592,717.03 to $139,321,781.03. Water utility revenue, fourth quarter state fiscal year ready to serve charge is going from $6,437,000 to $4,291,333.33. Total water utility revenue is going from $27,748,338.36 to $25,602,671.60.
Mr. Conlon, could you show that on the screen, please?
Yes, ma'am. Total water utility revenue is going from $27,748,338.36 to $25,602,671.69. Appropriations, operating, other expenses is going from $11,316,137.54 to $9,170,470.87. Total water utility appropriations is going from $27,748,338.36 to $25,602,671.69. Sewer utility revenues, operating surplus anticipated, is going from $673,857.09 to $690,828.71. Total sewer utility revenues is going from $6,102,224.54 to $6,119,196.16. Expenditures, budget over expenditure. Total is going from $0 to $16,971,062. Total sewer utility appropriations is going from $6,102,224.54 to $6,119,196.16. Ladies and gentlemen, this was advertised in the September 2nd edition of the Trenton Times. If you would like a copy of the budget amendment, you can ask my office for it at any time. I'd be happy to email it to you. There are copies also available for pickup in the office. Thank you very much, Council President, for letting me read the amendment into the record. Council President, would you like to open the floor to the public?
Definitely.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the
Public
public.
hearing.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the public hearing on the transition year 2021 budget. The public presentation for the budget was made by Mr. Cruz on September 2nd, 2021. This is your opportunity to be heard and to speak as to the budget that has been advertised at Ecode 360 on the city's website and also available in my office. Does anybody wish to be heard for 2021 transitional year budget? Please raise your hands or signify by speaking out and seeking recognition from the council.
And I'll go first. I wish to be heard. My name is Linda Gundy.
Would state your name again, ma'am?
Linda Gundy.
Council President, Ms. Linda Gundy.
Go right ahead, Ms. Gundy.
Yes. What I'm understanding and I'm not understanding is all these amendments that we're bringing forth. Are these going to be increased in homeowners who, like myself, that pay a yearly tax to Trenton, New Jersey? Or is this money that's coming? Yes, or is this money that's being aided from the government, like Government Phil Murphy's office, that's allocated to Trenton for support and helping us pay? Because what I'm hearing is everything's going up. I like to also speak on some resolutions that I read in the paper that I don't agree with. We can start with whichever one you prefer to go with first.
Ma'am, this is the public hearing for the transitional year budget. There will be a time and place to comment on anything on the docket tonight and anything else you wish to comment on Thursday night. But for this particular public portion, it is on the budget, ma'am.
Okay, so then my question still remains the same. Is these budgets affecting our taxes? I hear sewer, I hear water, I hear different amendments to different apartments, like recreations. I hear no cap on police. I hear a lot of different issues. Of course, I can't repeat them like the executor did, but what my question is, are these going to be affected on our 2022 taxes?
So is there someone from the administration that would like to answer this?
Madam President, Adam Cruz, Business Administrator.
Go right ahead, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you, Madam President. The question is, are taxes going to increase due to this budget and its amendments? And the answer is no. The municipal tax rate will remain a zero tax increase, and it will not be affecting that line. So no, the answer is no.
So you're saying it's not going to be affecting residential homeowners like myself?
Madam President, the answer again is no.
Okay, so then the resolutions that I read from the paper, that doesn't take place until Thursday night's meeting. Am I correct on that one?
Ma'am,
Well, we
I'm
can't-
not sure what resolutions you read in the paper. The resolution and docket were advertised, so anything that was in the paper, I'm not sure if the paper picked up the agenda, but if you call my office tomorrow, I'd be happy to go over what the items are and email you a copy of what is being considered on Thursday.
And okay, so that was my question, and that was actually my answer as well. My question was, when do we address this? And like you said, I can have a more detailed copy from your office. If you would give me a phone number, which I can get in touch with you, have you either email them to me. I'm sure it's too timely to give you just one person's email tonight.
I can give you
But I would also,
I can give you mine. It's really easy. It's clerk, CLERK, at TrentonNJ.org, and I'm also on the website. So if you just go to the website, you can find me. If you email me, and the number for the clerk's office is 609-989-3187. That's also on the website. If you go to the website, I'd be happy to email you a
I'm
copy.
sorry, repeat that last portion. 989-30.
3187, ma'am.
3187.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yeah.
then I think I will save, since I found out that tonight amendments are not due to the residential tax owners, then I'm pretty much off the air. I will wait and actually have you fax me a detailed copy for the resolutions that I would like to present and vote on or be heard upon on Thursday night.
Be happy to send it to you tomorrow. Just give me a call.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, Ms. Gunn.
Next person, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. Council President. Next, we have Trenton business guest. Will you please
Yes, go
identify
right ahead.
for the record?
Sure. Hi, my name is Ms. Chowdhury. I have a business that's based in Trenton, and my question is about overtime. Overtime has been kind of an ongoing concern of mine, and I want to know, where would I find how much time goes to overtime to employees at the water utility, employees in other capacities, like where is that information consolidated? And I want to know what overtime is happening for police and under what circumstances, because I've read some interesting articles about concerns. There just seems to be concerns about very large amounts of overtime, like 1 out of 6 days, 1 out of 7 days. So where would I find that information? And is that part of the budget? And is that easily accessible to the public, so we know, where and how much, if this budget goes to overtime?
That question would be to business administrator.
Yeah. Hi, Madam President. Adam Cruz, Business Administrator.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, Madam President, for the listeners out in the audience, they can always do an Oprah request on any information that they wish to get the information, and they can file the Oprah request through the clerk's office.
So how would it be, an individual request for every single individual department, or how would I go about it in order for it to be a little bit more consolidated?
That's absurd. We're in a budget hearing.
So we're in a budget hearing, and Council President. So we're in a budget hearing, and the public wants to know how much of our budget is based on overtime. And the answer from the business administrator is to Oprah it.
Oh my God. Yes.
That's your answer, Mr. Cruz?
Madam President, we don't have a specific number for the departments. However, they can file an Oprah request, and yes, they can file for any department that they wish. I am not sure how the clerk will accept it, whether he wants an individual Oprah per department or as a whole.
Yeah, as long as it identifies a record that they're looking, they can do it. It'll probably be a report generated.
But excuse me, Mr. Conlon. The concern is that this is a budget hearing, and if someone wants to ask questions about the budget, then they should be giving the answers that they need, not sent on a Oprah request. So because earlier, Mr. Pelosi sent out an email stating that all of our department heads should be there to be able to answer these questions for the public. And so my concern is that when the public comes on and asks a question and they're sent on an Oprah request, Hunt, I just don't think that's answering the question.
You don't have a unified.
Madam President, so we
Because I
don't.
want to ask the same question. I need to know that I have the same question.
Excuse me, Councilwoman Vaughn, the floor is not yield to you. Mr. Cruz, you were stating?
Yes, Madam President, if you look in your budget, each individual department has a number. We don't have a unified number for all of the departments. I mean, we can try to do the math, and sometime maybe during the public comments, we can come back and give you a ballpark figure. We can try, but we don't have a consolidated number for all the departments yet. We have it individually, and it's also in your books. Yeah.
Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
Yeah, my question to Mr. Cruz is I thought that our budget was public knowledge. I thought it was supposed to be posted on the website.
It is.
Madam President, it is on the website, and if you go to the individual departments, you can look at the line. There is a line there for overtime. We just don't have a consolidated number to say, it's 20 million across the city. We would just have to add the numbers that are on the book, in the book.
So then they wouldn't have to file an Oprah request. We just have to get the numbers on the website.
She asked if she could get the specific number for the departments, and she would have to file an Oprah to get those numbers. However, there is a general number in every department in the budget book.
Okay.
But where is it?
All right, Councilwoman Vaughn, are you asking for the floor?
Yes, please, ma'am.
Let's go right ahead.
So this discussion had come up once before, and clearly the design of the spreadsheets here or the reports or the budgets is not sufficient because each department has salary, wage, operating salary ranges, but there should be a line item broken out. That's just.
Someone needs to mute themselves.
I mean, it's broken by department.
Madam
Somebody, all right, the reason why I wasn't speaking because somebody needs to put themselves on mute. Okay, so every budget that I've ever seen has across each individual department has detailed line items. And it seems to me that this report, is intentionally not breaking it out for transparency. And you need to do that. And we don't, and I don't want to go to the website, and I wouldn't want any of my constituents to go to the website. That's why they're here in a hearing. And you need to be prepared to answer those questions. And answering a question is not sending a council and/or a resident or a taxpayer to some other source. The source is you today at this time, Mr. Cruz. So if you don't have the answer, you need to call on to that department and have them answer it because they should know their overtime number. And each director should be on here to answer those particular questions. You should know the answer too, but in the event that you don't, you can defer to that department head. They should know their budget line items in detail. So she asked about the police department. So just the police director, please tell us what your overtime number is, what's your budgeted overtime number, and what was the actual, what was the spend. We want to know that number now. Nobody has to go anywhere. Where's Steve Wilson? Please tell the resident and everyone on this call what was the police overtime number.
Madam President, if I may ask.
Mr. Cruz, Mr. Collin, can you go to the police department?
I am trying to speak. Madam President, may I speak?
No, not yet. I'm asking Mr. Collin to change the screen to the police department first.
We have the number for the police department.
I know, but can you bring the police department portion up?
We have, yes, the speaker wanted to know how much it was for the police department. We are calculating the number and we have the number right now.
Okay, Mr. Collins, can you bring the
so
police department section up, please, Mr. Collins?
We did.
It's on the screen, I believe.
Okay.
It's broken up by division. And the total number is $1,863,750. $1,863,750. It's just that we have to go by division and then put them all together to give you a number.
Okay, so, Council President, do I still have the floor?
Yes.
Okay, so the 1 million number, that's for the police department. Mm-hmm. So what was the number, what was the overall, salary number? Where is that? Where's the line item for salary in the police department? Salary and wages.
Yeah, I don't actually have the budget book up. This is the general budget, which doesn't have the specificities. This is the overall expenditures, in general. It just goes, they have the budget book.
Can you tell us what the salary and wage number was? And so the overtime number was 1.8 million. What was the total salary and wage for the police department?
Madam President, the total number for is 17,300,000.
307,000.
300,000.
17,307.
All right, I'm going to give you an exact number. 17,307,678.42. 17,307,678.42. And it can be found on sheet 15.
And that's just straight salary, right? So 1.8 million.
Madam President, that is actually with the overtime included as well.
Oh, okay, all right. So it's really 16 million then, but well, all right. No problem.
And the question should be, is the resident satisfied with her answer? Ms. Caudry?
Ms. Chowdhury, it's still your floor, ma'am. Ms. Chowdhury, ma'am? And Council President, I do have my budget book in front of me now, so I can read out any overtime expenditures anybody wants. For the police for the transitional year, is $1,860,750.
So that would mean, just so it's clear, I'm sorry, Council President. So 6 months
Yes.
period, that's just for 6 months, correct, Mr. Cruz? I just want to be clear to the resident. That's just for 6 months, right?
Madam President, yes, that is the number for 6 months.
All righty. It's a lot. All righty. So, Mr.
A lot of
Conlon.
interference on this,
Yes, it is a lot of interference. Mr. Conlon, we'll move to the next resident.
Yes, ma'am. This is Mr. Robert Hampton.
Go right ahead, Mr. Hampton.
Yes, this is Robert Ham. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. And I'm
Yes,
going to
we
be
can.
muting people in the background.
Okay. I just wanted to, give some insight and voice my opinion on, because I'm a city employee and I've been so since 2018, but I'm also a city of Trenton resident for all my life. And, I just wanted to give some insight on first me being a citizen and a resident of Trenton. And I've grown up here and I've watched how the city has transitioned and, went into different mayors. And I resided on Spring Street majority of my life, but I lived in different parts of the city. I graduated from Trenton Central High School. I have some college.
Is this pertaining to the budget, sir?
Yes, it is. Everything I speak on is pertaining to me being a resident as well as the budget. Because like I said, I've grown up here and I've seen a lot of things transition. And this budget that has to do with me being a city employee is very important because I'm also a part of the union. I was recently a shop steward, but I want to know, why is it, such a hard, thing for this budget to get passed for us? Because, I know we don't have our contract, and that's important. I'm on the meetings, and I want to see that this budget gets passed because it's important to our local 2286. And like I said, I've watched, I've been on these council meetings and I see how a lot of city council are not in agreement with this. And whatever discrepancies you might have, that shouldn't have anything to do with us being a city employee. We work hard every day. I haven't missed a day since I've been employed by the city. And I don't understand why we have to go through a lot of the, rigmarole that we have that I've watched. I've been on these meetings for hours. Every meeting, I'm a member of the local. And why is it so hard for budgets to get passed when we're on the front lines? We've dealt with this pandemic, and we're going through a lot. Like I said, it's important. And I hope that you can understand where I'm coming from and feel what I feel when it comes to this budget and put aside your differences and pass this budget for us as employees for the city of Trenton. And that's all I have to say. But just, give me some insight on why is it like so much going on with city council and this budget getting passed as well as our contract?
Sir, the
Yeah.
city council has nothing to do with your contract. That's a bargain agreement between the administration and the union. This council passing this budget has no bearing on your contract whatsoever. So that's some misinformation. And it is our job to go through the budget to make sure that the departments are getting the amount of money they need to operate. It is our job to make sure that the city is functioning properly with the departments being giving the funding that they need. It's our job to make sure that the overtime is not costing the city so much that it puts us in a minus and instead of plus. So there's a lot of reasons that we take our time to go through the budget. There's a lot riding on the budget, but your contract today is not one of them. Your contract is between the administration and the union and their bargaining agreement that they come to terms with, not the council. Thank you, sir. Mr. Collin, can you call the next public resident from public?
Yes, Council President.
Council President? Council President?
Yes. Yes, go right ahead.
Could I speak to the budget and why we as a council and as a city has not raised enough? I mean, yes, there is the collective bargaining agreement. I agree with you 100%. But I'm not totally, I partially agree, but I do, the budget would cover, once the collective bargaining agreement is satisfied, that would be incorporated into the budget. But since we have not received the agreement in its totality from the administration, it's long overdue, of course, and I agree with the citizen and the employee. And I just want Mr. Cruz to speak on that. Where are we with the collective bargaining agreement? Because I want to know, too, because we've been told different information. But the council has received different information. I've talked to the union representative, Marona Thomas. I talked to Paul Harris. I have spoken to Debbie Parks. And I just want different information. And we're in our third year here, a third budget cycle. Well, now a half, because we're transitioning to a new calendar year. And still, we have not funded the workers' contract. So this budget is not funding the workers' contract. And that's a fair question. So when is that going to happen, Mayor? When is that going to happen, Mr. Cruz? So, Mr. Cruz, please answer, where are we with funding the workers' contract?
Madam President, can I answer now?
Go right ahead, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you, Madam President. So just to inform council that that we have reached a tentative agreement with 2281. It now has to be approved by DCA, and once it's approved by DCA, it goes in front of council for a vote. What the councilwoman said is actually, I don't want to say it's misrepresented, but it's not true. This administration has been putting money aside in the previous years to cover once the contract was agreed on, the money would be available for the previous years, and then with this coming year, we have made a projection. We may have to make an adjustment down the line, but we have been actually doing what every responsible municipality would have done, and that is put money aside for the previous year. So yes, we have money for the previous year, and we are actually just looking forward for the approval from DCA to come. We may have to do a slight adjustment depending on what the number looks like in the end, because we are now going, once the contract was reached, a tentative agreement, we now have to work on the final numbers, and that will be coming. So far, we have actually set aside $4.4 million from the previous budget, and it also is reflected in this budget book as well. What sheet number is that?
15C.
In the current budget, if you look at page 15C, maybe the clerk can put it on the screen, 15C, you will see that there are over $4 million in there.
3 lines on the bottom.
Okay, so Council President, may I continue? This is my last question.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman.
So you say, so everybody's clear, and I hope the union members are on the line, and particularly the citizen who we're so appreciative of, who have come to the call and enjoying in the conversation and in the task of moving the city forward. We appreciate you. Now, Mr. Cruz, you say DCA. Now, I'm not one to point fingers, but I find it odd that DCA is holding up an employee contract. So what is it? What is the reasons DCA holding it up? What is it? They gave us our transitional aid. So what more do they have to do with how we fund our employees? What's going on? Why are they not approving it? Because the council has not been notified. No one has notified the council that DCA has some concerns. So what is the concern that DCA has? And I just want to say, come on, please answer the question. It's very simple. What concerns, because it seems to me somebody's kicking the can down the road here. And I want to know, and hey, have Mr. Lipset or Ms. Suarez or Ms. Oliver write, or their law department, write to our law department about what their concern is. So what is their concern, Mr. Cruz or Mayor Gusciora? What is the concern? Why haven't DCA signed off? And what do they have to do with how, once they give us our transitional aid, what's their issue with funding our employees and making sure they can make a living wage and they can feed their families and they can buy homes in the city and they can pay their children's tuition. They can pay their taxes. You get your, so I want to know, answer the question, Mr. Cruz, answer the question. It ain't good enough for you to come here time after time and tell us, oh, DCA won't approve it. DCA won't approve it. Well, I want to hear from DCA. Where's Mr. Lipset? I want to hear why, what is their concern?
Madam President?
Go right ahead, Mr. Cruz.
All right, so I just want to reiterate for the members of the union that the raises are in this budget. The city has been putting money aside for previous years. And as I mentioned, the amount is reflected on page 15C. So yes, the raises are in this budget. Now, when it comes to DCA, that's not something that we can answer. DCA has a process of how they approve things, and we cannot speak on their behalf. We did our due diligence. We met with the unions. We negotiated in good faith. I am certain that if the members speak to their president, vice president, their secretary, I am very certain that they will say that they're very satisfied with the way the negotiations went this time around. So, but as far as DCA, I cannot say any more. We put it for DCA to approve, and then it goes from there. It could take a week. It could take 2 weeks. It could take 2 months. So we cannot speak on that.
Well, in all fairness, well, I'm going to have Mr. Bridges and or Mr. Kaloji write over to DCA about this issue, and we want some answers. They don't get to stay silent. They're the state. They're the government. They have to communicate to the people, okay? They fund this municipality like they fund all the other municipalities across the state of New Jersey. They don't get, I don't get it. But anyway, Mr. Bridges, I need you and or Mr. Kaloji to reach out to DCA in letter form and ask them what their concerns are. So it's not good enough to have the employee $4 million sitting there and is not in the paychecks of our workers. So I don't understand you, Mr. Cruz, being the business administrator of the city. Somebody has to go to the table and negotiate and get that money, that $4 million that's sitting in some account, just sitting there, not being distributed to our employees. What is the use of you saying that? I don't get it. But nonetheless, I don't really care. I just need to be moved along, and I would like Mr. Bridges and or Mr. Kaloji to write a letter to DCA about this matter that we're discussing now, and we just want to see the list. We just want to see them outline what their concerns are and why they refuse or have not signed off on these employees' wages. That's critical to them and their families. And as a matter of fact, critical to our local economy, critical to the fiscal health of the city.
How you doing?
So they
for one,
are the
please.
fiscal monitors.
Yes.
So why are they refusing
Somewhere a little quiet, if you don't mind. I'm on the phone.
the workers? And Jarrell, mute yourself. So why is it that DCA, again, refused? They're the fiscal monitor. There's no reason for them not to pay these employees or move that process along. So Mr. Bridges or Mr. Kaloji, can you speak on this and see if you can get a letter over there?
You asked them to get a letter, and we're going to move on because this is for the public. The public needs to be able to chime in. Mr. Collin, can you give me the next person that needs to ask questions in reference to?
Yeah, they close it
To
ain't
the
that what they
budget.
call it. She said what she had. She told them what she did do.
Mr. Collin.
Yes, Council President, it's Mr. Michael Rinaldo. Mr. Rinaldo?
Go right ahead, Mr. Rinaldo.
I maybe think that's not the best way to approach it because, as you know, Mr. Conlon, OPRs need to be requested in a very specific way. You are limited to the budget as it exists. In other words, you cannot create new documents off of the budget. So there's a risk of the public making that request, 10 days go by, and it gets kicked back as not being able to be fulfilled. I think a better way to approach it might be to put the budget on the city website in a format that is not something that's dead. In other words, you can't manipulate the data. If the public could download that document and manipulate it on their own, we could find that information and not tie up the clerk's time or somebody else's time in fulfilling an OPRA request for something like that. So maybe just a suggestion or an opportunity to improve the way the budget is stored on the city website. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Collins, next person.
Yes, Council President, it's Ms. Mary Horn.
Yes, go right ahead, Ms. Horn.
Yes, thank you, Council President. I just like to ask the question. I see the line items here, and there are tremendous increases in certain areas of the city's budget, and but there's no why to why these increases and how they would serve the taxpayers and the public. And also, I if I'm remiss, you can tell me, I don't see a line item there for housing and economics on monies that would go in the budget to help homeowners, seniors, to help take care of their property and to have them solvent and so they can stay in their homes. Because as we know, a lot of people right now with the tax increase, some people will lose their homes. They have lost them and they will continue to lose them. But I don't see any line item there in that area. And why is that?
Mr. Cruz?
Madam President, this budget is for the purpose of the departments to operate, and that's pretty much what is reflective. There are programs under CDBG that seniors can apply for, depending on the need, and of course there are certain requirements and guidelines that the Department of Housing and Economic Development must follow in order for people to, and these are not our guidelines, these are federal guidelines that people must meet in order for them to receive aid through CDBG. But again, this is actually an operating budget, and you know, I don't have those numbers here, but there are CDBG monies available for seniors.
Thank you. Mr. Conlon? Unmute yourself, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, Council President, Mr. Paul Harris.
Go right ahead, Mr. Harris.
Yeah, hi. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Are you speaking as a representative from the city or are you speaking as a resident?
It's hard to separate both, but I'm speaking about the budget.
Okay.
Yep. So I guess good evening. My recommendation is tonight that the budget be passed unanimously because our contract is up and those numbers are in the budget. And we have been in constant communication with Jack at DCA, answering all his questions, so their approval can be expeditious. I can guarantee you that as of Friday, just so we're on the same page about back and forth communication. But I do want to stress for our 600 members that this money is in this budget. Council approves every expenditure for the city of Trenton. So there can be no retro, there can be no salary increases for any of our members if this budget is not passed. That's just how it works. It's just checks and balances. So, the same way you guys supported us for hazard pay, we look forward to you guys supporting this budget. It's a long time coming, and I know people have different reasons of why they think we got to this point, but we can talk about that another day. But we look forward to this budget being passed so we can take care of our people. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to be very clear. I heard Mr. Harris say that this budget is based on the union members getting their contract. And again, I'm going to state very clear that Mr. Cruz spoke to the $4 million. That $4 million is the retro pay. That $4 million is already there. That $4 million was set aside not just this year, but over the last couple of years. So when you say, oh, everything is riding on this budget, stop passing the buck to the council. The council is doing their job, and the monies that the union is owed should be part of the $4 million for retro pay. So stop it passing the buck. The problem is the union took 3 years to get this mayor to negotiate an agreement for them. And it's outrageous. It's outrageous that it took 3 years. And how dare you come to this budget meeting and say that the workers, their raise and their back pay is based on this 6-month budget, because it's not. Mr. Conlon, please move forward.
Yes, Council President. Next, we have Ms. Sherry Garrett.
Go right ahead, Ms. Garrett. Unmute yourself, please.
Yes, sorry about that. I have some concerns because this is a 6-month budget for fiscal year, calendar year.
I can't hear her.
Hello?
Yes, now you're better.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
That's better.
Okay, thank you. I have concerns because this is supposed to be a 6-month budget because we made the transition from fiscal year to calendar year. So the end of the calendar year is December. Then we're going to go back into another 6-month budget. Am I correct? Because we got to prepare for 2022. So what I see is that this budget for 2021 again is very inflated, and the other expenses. I'm trying to wrap my head around what other expenses close to $300,000, $600,000, $1 million in other expenses. I don't even think Trenton do that much paperwork. Okay, I don't know what your process. I don't even know if you can mail anything out. I'm not saying you don't. Administration does it, but not to that degree for that amount of money for up to December. So here we're going to pass this budget. Then we're going to go work on another 6-month budget. It's going to be even bigger. And we're saying for 2021, was already agreed, the property taxes is going to be flat. What happens to 2022 and 2023? Because nothing's going to tell me that the property taxes is not going to be increased. We're also looking to employ more people because I keep hearing that we're going to employ more police officers, which means we're going to be consuming more overtime. Okay, so there's no way that we're not going to get hit, and the property owners are not going to get hit with increase in taxes, and it's going to be outrageous. Some people are paying $10,000, some people are paying $14,000, some people may be paying $5,000 a year. Okay, but depending on what their income is a struggle. So I think that, and I could be wrong, I may not be seeing all the numbers, but I still keep saying that you have to trim this budget because sooner or later the residents are going to get hit with property taxes, and if the property taxes increase, so with the rents for people who are renting because they're already paying high rents and struggling, working 2 or 3 jobs. Okay, so again,
Ms. Garrett, you were accidentally muted. If you could unmute yourself, my apologies.
So if we could just trim this down from, because we only have 3 more months in, because we're doing calendar year. So I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, calendar year is going to end December 2021. So we're going into another budget year for 2022. So we're going to put another 6-month budget together. So I just don't, I think the numbers are too inflated. And why are we spending more than we bringing in? And my biggest concern is I looked at the revenues, and I'm saying to myself, are these estimated? What? Because my question is, I look at the budget that was passed, the adopted budget, okay, but how much currently have the city brought in with these line items in the revenue portion? How much have you brought in to date? And how much of that is you going to be bringing in by December 31st, 2020 to be able to pay for those appropriations? That's my concern. And another thing, just the thing, we have to trim the police department. There's no way, because the police department's budget is as much, I think that what I looked on here was 31 million something, and the state of New Jersey's police budget for the state of police for the whole state is like 60 something million. That's a lot of money for us, for police officers. I know we're saying we have crime here, but guess what? I don't see police officers. I don't want to go into off the budget, but I don't know what we're paying for. And I'm not saying police officers are not doing their job, but we're paying a lot of money with no results. And I'm not saying that police officers are supposed to be there before crime happens. They come afterwards, but I don't see police presence. I see police riding around like they joyriding for a number of hours and days they're here, but I don't see we got to decide, do we want patrol officers that we're hiring who don't give any tickets out, or we want detectives to deal with crime issues? Because we got to change the way the police department functions. We're paying out a lot of daggone money, and we're not getting the results. And hiring more police officers is not the answer. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, does anybody else wish to be heard for the public hearing on the 2021 transitional year budget and amendment?
Madam President, can I just make one last comment?
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to correct the record. This is a 6-month because it is transitioning from a fiscal to a calendar, and that is why it's only 6 months for this year. But comes next year, it is actually a 12-month budget because we are going on a calendar year. So it's from January to December 31st next year, 12 months. That is all. Thank you.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes, so I just want Mr. Cruz to also reiterate that this is a 6-month budget, and it is to support the city to move from the state fiscal year to a calendar year. And to that end, there were benefits. There were things that this was supposed to be a process-only type budget, right? So we should not be seeing any increases of our taxes, right? And actually, we were supposed to get some benefit regarding a $30 million saving or a bump up, right? So, Mr. Cruz, do you want to speak on that?
Madam President, if I may?
Increase, right? And we were supposed to see a $30 million savings. So please, I'll give you the floor.
Madam President, can I speak?
Go right ahead, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you, Madam President. So, yes, as I just previously reiterated, this is a 6-month budget from July 1st to December 31st. Comes next year, we are going into a calendar year from January 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2022 for a total of 12 months. This 6-month budget includes a 0 municipal tax increase. 0 tax increase on the municipal side. Now, we don't have control of the county or the schools, but our municipal taxes will continue to remain flat for the next, for the remainder of the year, which will equate to a total of 6 quarters with 0 tax increase. And that is all.
So I have a question for Mr. Zelinski. Mr. Zelinski, I just want to make sure that all of the amendments that were posed here tonight does not exceed the statutory percentage that we have to work with under the law.
Go ahead.
Yeah, there is actually no cap for a transition budget.
So we're not going to exceed.
They're not going to exceed any cap limits.
Okay, I just want you to put that on the record, because if you're asking this council to vote on it, then we need to make sure that that is the case.
I know I've already had the floor, but if I may ask another question, Linda Gundy, I just would like to know.
No, excuse me.
Ms.
Excuse me.
Gundy,
No.
Yeah, please wait to be recognized by council.
No problem.
Just 1 minute.
No, we don't come back. We keep this moving as far as the budget is concerned. So, Mr. Zelinski, we're clear with that, right? You said there's no cap.
Yes, we are. We're clear with that.
All righty. Mr. Conlon, if there's no more comments or questions from the public, we may move on.
Ladies and gentlemen, does anybody who has not spoken have any comments on the budget for the public hearing of the transitional year 2021 budget?
Madam President,
Go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
I didn't hear Mr. Cruz answering Councilwoman Bones' question about the 30 million. But I remember clearly that we were going to save 30 million, but the numbers I see are higher than the last time. Where in the budget are we reflecting the $30 million savings?
That question is for you, Mr. Cruz.
Madam President, can he repeat the question? I couldn't hear him.
Where
Councilman
in the
Rodriguez.
budget can I see the reflection of the $30 million savings that you promised us?
But he does something with businesses.
Hold on.
Some people say that to me all the time. How you know so much?
I don't understand why we have to keep asking the public to mute themselves. We're all adults here.
We need to get rid of Teams. That's what we need to get into Zoom.
Go right ahead, Councilman.
Did he hear me now? The $30 million savings that Mr. Cruz promised us. That's why I supported the 6-month budget, because he promised us that we were going to be saving $30 million. And I'd like to see where is it reflected in this budget. What page, what line item, where?
Madam President?
Go right ahead, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you, and I apologize to the councilman. I was having a hard time with the device here. Councilman, when you mentioned the $30 million savings, you are probably referring to the pension savings that we were going to have for this 6-month period. The city does not pay pensions to the state because the payment was already made in April, and we don't have to make a second payment on the transition year. So that is what the saving is actually about, the $30 million for the pensions.
But that means that should have been like a sort of a revenue. We're saving it, $30 million less that we're going to pay the pension plan. That should have been reflected as revenues for the city for those 6 months.
So you won't get it.
I might be wrong because I'm not an expert in these numbers, Also, I like to say that we always keep on putting numbers there, abbreviations. There are no footnotes for our residents to refer to. Always numbers there, but no explanations. There was a resident that mentioned that there were no explanations of why the numbers are going up or down, which that should be in the footnotes, so that we could understand this. We are the past 3.5 years, we've been getting the same funny budgets, the numbers, no explanations. You have to be an expert, not even an accountant. You have to be very a wish or something to decipher this type of budgets the way they are written. Why can't we have footnotes on them explaining so that when I read them and the residents read them, we are not experts in budgets, so we have a little legend in the bottom, so we can say, well, okay, now I understand that it went down or it went up. But, we keep on getting these pieces of papers with numbers, nothing else, because that's what is in there. That's what I see, a bunch of numbers, small numbers, because they make it real small. That's all I see in this budget. But our residents should have, and city council, we should receive something with explanations, with more, it shouldn't take such, we wait months and months for this budget, month and month. So why can't we get more explanations? That's my point. And also I'm talking about the $4.4 million. I saw that 2 years ago was the same, 4.4 million. Last year was 4.4 million. And is that enough for the back pay for over 3 years? Because I know since we took over in council, our city workers have been waiting for their budget. We haven't had the courtesy of negotiating with them, During every budget session, the last 3 budgets, somebody have asked about the negotiations. How come the city workers don't have a contract yet? And Mr. Cruz's answers have been always been, we are negotiating it. We are negotiating it. We are negotiating. That was for 3.5 years. Now, finally, yes, I heard weeks ago that the negotiations were completed, and weeks ago the budget, the contract you had gone to DCA for the professional units, police, professional units, waterworks, professional units. That was done quick. DCA sent us that budget, that contract back right away. What's the hold up now? I don't know. I agree with the unions and the workers that, they are very concerned, because what the administration is telling them is that if we don't pass this budget, they are not going to get their raises, which is not really true, but that's what the administration is telling them. And the administration is putting this in council's hands when this is an issue of the administration. All we do is approve the contract when it comes to us. And all we have been doing for the past 3 years is begging the administration to negotiate with the workers, with the unions. We have been over and over and over that have been brought in during the budget time. I don't know that all these workers are very satisfied, as Mr. Cruz said, that they are very satisfied, because I wouldn't be satisfied waiting 3 years to get my little money, my 2% raise. Wait 3 years. They should get interest on that. That back pay should include some type of interest, because the cost of living goes up every day, especially now. We're going through inflation. And you're telling me that 2%, we have workers that make $16,000, $17,000 a year, 18, 20. That 2% equals what, $20 more a a payday, whatever, is that going to make a difference? Why do we have to hold back the negotiations? Why? Why not dealing with our workers? They deserve it. The same way that we dealt with that emergency money for at-risk workers, what you have done with that contract. That contract you have been signed at least 3 years ago. And that's all I have to say.
Council President, we have another hand from the public.
Go right ahead.
Would the party at 609-502-9163 identify themselves, please? Once again, the party at 609-502-9163. Hello, the person on the landline with your hand up.
Mr. Collin, with no one responding, I would like to move to close the public comment, public session of this.
I have a motion by Council President McBride to close the public portion of the public hearing. Do I have a second? A second by Ms. Wilson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. That's 5. Seeing none opposed, the motion to close public portion for the public hearing is approved. Council President, would you like to open the floor to the body?
Yes. If there's any council member that haven't spoken to this particular budget, would like to speak to it.
Hello.
If there's any council member that haven't, I'm seeing none. Mr. Collins.
A citizen was trying to speak, Kathy, but I think they were having problems. I know, but maybe Mr. Collins can take that.
Councilwoman.
Kathy, I've been saying a citizen was trying to get in. It probably is a
public.
problem.
Mr.
Collin can
Mr.
take
Collin.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Conlon, we are going to move to continue with this portion of the budget. I believe this is the portion where we either vote this up or vote it down.
We'd actually close the public hearing first, and then we have a series of resolutions. We close the public portion of the public hearing, but the floor, the body, and then you went to the body, so nobody in the body wants to be heard. So if you want to close the public hearing, Council President, we can then move down the.
We'll close the, yes. I thought that we voted on this particular ordinance after the public hearing. I wasn't sure on that.
Right, well, we closed the public, there's a couple resolutions that have to be done in priority order. So so we'll do them at that point. Did you want to close the public hearing, ma'am?
Yes. Well, we already closed the public hearing, but this is the hearing for the council.
Yeah, so but we'll close the public hearing in total for everybody, and then move the resolutions.
Yes.
Okay, so Council President, we're closing the public hearing. We have a series of resolutions that will be heard. If you'd like me to proceed, ma'am, to adopt the budget. You'd like to move to adoption at this time. So first, we have Resolution 21-428. This is a resolution authorizing the City of Trenton's transitional year 2021 budget to be read by title only. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion, Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Michel. I'll now call the roll, Council President. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michel.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
This is to close.
This is to read the budget by title only.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. The three conditions having been satisfied that 1 week prior to the public hearing and having a complete copy of the approved budget, it was made available for public inspection, shall be made, it wasn't made available to each person upon request. Resolution carries by a vote of 6-1. SOAR. Next, we have a resolution to approve the fiscal year 2021 municipal current fund. Let me just make sure on my docket that we are in the right order. So this is a resolution to approve the fiscal year 2021 municipal current fund budget amendments for the city of Trenton. These are the ones that I read into the record earlier. This is resolution 21-49, 429, a resolution to approve the fiscal year 2021. It should be actually the transitional year. Correct, Mr. Zelinski? Mr. Cruz? Gentlemen?
They're not on?
They should be. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Zelinski, somebody from finance. In the title, it says fiscal year budget. It's transitional year budget, correct? Okay, so just assume.
Yes, Mr. Conlon?
Yes.
Yes, it's resolution, the order should be 21-429.
Yeah, I have to. In the title, it says fiscal year 2021. That should be transitional year 2021, correct?
For what?
No, the resolution to approve the fiscal year 2021 municipal current funds budget amendments for the city of Trenton.
Right. We're approving the transitional
fiscal year 2020.
No, it's transition.
It should be TY 20.
Right. I just noted.
TY
Right. I just want to make sure that for the record, we note that in the record. So this is a resolution to approve the transitional year 2021 municipal current fund budget amendments for the city of Trenton. Do I have a motion?
It's right at the bottom, yes.
It's just wrong at the top.
Yeah,
Do I have a motion?
So moved. So moved.
A motion by Mr. Blakely. Second. I have a second by Mr. Harrison. I'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Show me in Mr. Harrison.
Mr. Conlon, what is this for?
This is to adopt the budget amendment.
Oh, no. No.
Councilmember Vaughn votes nay. Council President McBride. Council President McBride.
Someone needs to
Yes.
mute themselves.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, I did. It was just getting some feedback from Mr. Michelle. Next, we have a resolution adopting the transition year 2021 municipal budget, which is being read by title only. Be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton, County of Mercer, that the budget herein be set forth, adopted, and shall constitute appropriation for the purpose stated herein, and the sum set forth appropriations $48,132,135.58 for municipal purposes, $757,358.16 for school purposes, type 1 school district only pursuant to NJSA 18 Cap A -9-2 to be raised by taxation, and $395,278 minimum library tax. Do I have a motion to adopt the budget?
So moved.
So moved. So moved.
Motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. I have a second by Mr. Blake. And I'll call the roll. Mr. Blake.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Resolution carries by a vote of 6-1. The 2021 transitional year municipal budget is adopted. Finally, we have Resolution 21-431, a resolution authorizing transfers to be made by the Director of Finance of the fiscal year 2021 appropriation reserve. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Harrison. The floor is open for any questions. President, would you like me to move to the vote?
Yes, please.
Ms. Blakely,
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Michelle,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
I'm sorry, what are we voting on? What are we voting on?
We're moving the
This is
budget.
the resolution authorizing transfers after the adoption of the budget.
Oh, no.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted by a vote of 6-1. Council President, we are done with the business of the budget and the public hearing. We do have docket review.
Okay, so, Mr. Conlon, I wanted to first, make a statement that there will be no walk-ons, this evening. And if there's any council members that would like to walk anything on, I want to move that to the top of the agenda so it could be voted up or down. I would like to do that. And then next, I would like to move, to allow Councilwoman Vaughn asked me for the, opportunity to move her resolution on the floor next. So, we can move to deal with the walk-ons, and then we'll deal with Councilwoman Vaughn's motion, for her resolution. So we can act in that order.
Okay, so,
Mr. Conlon, could you clear the screen?
yes, ma'am, I'm going to actually take care of that, and I'm actually going to put the walk-ons up as I have them. If you just bear with me for 1 second. Okay, so this is, before I read the resolution,
President?
Yes. Yes, you can.
This is just for fairness. I don't understand how we are walking on resolutions because last council session, I had introduced a solution that is on the docket this week, today. Then, and I was told that I was not allowed to walk it on, that I had to wait until the next council session. And here we are. I mean, we gotta have rules, and we do have rules. We don't make them up, but we have to be consistent and fair in the application.
Right, and Councilwoman Vaughn, you are right. We did not allow walk-ons. I just stated to the councilmen that want to have these walk-ons that they would not be permitted by the seat. And so if they're not permitted by the chair, then, and they don't want to agree to let them come on the next agenda as they should, because there are rules and regulations, then they can move to suspend the rules. And so that's why I said, let them go ahead. If they don't want to wait for the next meeting as they should, because I've already stated that I was not going to permit any walk-ons, as I did with you at the last meeting for your resolution that you have on the docket this evening. So they're not, they're saying no, they don't want to take it to the next meeting. They want to suspend the rules, and I'm saying that you need a supermajority to suspend those rules. So let's go ahead and get this business out of the way. So,
Mr. Michelle. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Michelle, did you want to move them? Do you want to move to suspend the vote as a whole? Do you want me to do each resolution individually?
Can you put them all together?
Yeah, and then if it does pass, I'll read them into the record individually for the walk-on. So, Mr. Michelle has 3 resolutions. I'm going to just show them briefly on the screen. I will read the titles into the record. This is a resolution authorizing payment. It does not have a number yet. A resolution authorizing payment for a contract with Carroll Group Inc. awarded on an emergency basis for demolition services in the city of Trenton for 2.5-story wood frame structure in a collapsed state located at 95-97 Sweets Avenue in the amount of $27,790. Just bear with me. The second one for Mr. Michel is resolution authorizing payment for contract with Carroll Group Inc. awarded on an emergency basis for demolition services in the city of Trenton for structural removal of a two brick front wall and open main roof located at 437 Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard in the amount of $64,189. And then next is third is a resolution authorizing payments for contract with Carroll Group Inc. Ordered on an emergency basis for demolition services in the city of Trenton for 2.5-story wood frame structure due to the fire open roof areas and walls at the rear in a collapsed state located at 816-818 South Clinton Avenue in the amount of $27,690. Mr. Michel is making a motion to walk all three of these on for vote tonight. So I do have, so just basically the motion is to suspend the rule or, allowing walk-ons. Council President has disallowed walk-ons. This is to override a decision of the chair, essentially suspending the rule. So, Mr. Michel, I have a motion. Do I have a second to Mr. Michel's motion?
Can I say something first, Council President?
The floor
we
will
have
be
we have a motion. We have a motion, Councilman, and it has to be second.
Mr. Harrison did second it, ma'am, so if you wanted to open the floor,
ahead.
Michel.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Michel.
I'd just like to make a statement. Once the work is done, it's our obligation to make sure these workers are paid. They shouldn't have to wait months to get paid. We need their assistance when dire emergency comes in. We have to pay these people. They just can't be sitting there waiting to get paid. So I appreciate everyone coming forward and assisting in this to move the city in the right direction. Thank you.
Continue with the vote, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. So I have a motion by Mr. Michel to suspend the rule or to override the council president with regard to allowing walk-ons. I have a second by Mr. Harrison, and I'll call the roll. This would be Mr. Blakely. I believe Mr. Blakely has left the meeting or has been lost in his links. So
You may continue.
yes, ma'am. I just want to make sure that he's not with us anymore, and he's not in the room again. So Mr. Blakely will be marked absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
No.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson votes no. Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison votes aye. Mr. Michel.
Yes.
Mr. Michel votes aye. Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Mr. Rodriguez votes no. Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Ms. Vaughn votes no. Council President McBride.
No.
McBride votes no. Resolution fails by a vote of 2-4 with one member absent. Mr. Michel, I will make sure that these are listed for the next docket. Council President, we also have 3 walk-ons from Mr. Harrison.
And again, I would like to say that the chair do not want any walk-ons. Will Mr. Harrison like to wait, as protocol calls it, for the next docket?
Mr. Harrison, did you want to make your motion to move these to the floor?
Yes, I should want to move them forward, yes.
Okay, and you would state it.
I could read all 3 of them?
Yeah, I'm going to read the titles into the record.
Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Harrison, this is still for Thursday, or did...
For Thursday, what? Said it?
This is for a vote on Thursday. Did you want to update that to be tonight? Sir?
We have one of the council members not on the call, though, right? And you're saying we need a supermajority, not 4.
I'll let
Correct.
Mr. Pelosi and Mr. Bridges make that ruling. It's the suspend the rule, I think. So basically, you're suspending the rule for the docket deadline at Wednesday at 12 noon So essentially, yes, it would be to suspend that rule, and I do believe that requires a supermajority of 5 to 7. 5 out of 7. That being the case, your motion is to bring these to the floor tonight or bring them to the floor Thursday night for vote?
We could bring them tonight because they should have never been taken off the dock, but you can bring them to the floor tonight.
They actually were never presented for the docket, sir. Ever.
Go ahead, Mr. Conlon.
I have a motion by Mr. Harrison to suspend the rule to allow these to be walked on tonight. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Michel. Floor is open. Did you want to open the floor, Council President, or did you want to move the vote?
Move the vote.
Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely has been marked absent. Ms. Colwell-Wilson.
No.
Ms. Colwell-Wilson votes no. Mr. Harrison.
Mr. Collins, you never listed my 3, please.
My
You never listed them 3.
Sure. My apologies. I'll read the titles into the record.
I'm on the record. Thank you.
Sure. My apologies. Okay.
This is a circus.
So the first is a resolution awarding a contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A-20.4 at Sept to Hunter Research for historic preservation and consulting services to conduct a preservation plan and heritage tourism assessment for a period of 1 year from September 10, 2021 to September 9, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $66,591 through RFP 2021-12.
Council
Second will
President,
be-
can I say something?
Council President?
Mr. Conlon, may you please continue so we can
Yes,
get
ma'am.
past this?
The next resolution is a resolution accepting bid and awarding contract for Princeton Air Conditioning for the removal and replacement of HVAC equipment at the former Briggs Branch Library located 11115 Greenwood Avenue, Trenton, New Jersey, in an amount not to exceed $52,900 to bid 2021-54. And the third one is a resolution authorizing the appropriation of $200,000 from the funds allocated to the City of Trenton under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 for installation of mobile office trailers at the Trenton Animal Shelter. Those are the 3 solutions. I do have a motion.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm actually very supportive of all these resolutions. What I have an issue with is these walk-ons. I have an issue with council people walking on resolutions. When there's a deadline for the docket, these resolutions should be in for the deadline for the docket. And I'm not sure, but I think the money for the animal shelter is coming from the American Rescue Act. I'm not sure, and the mayor hasn't presented that amended plan officially to us to accept that. So, my vote is still no. They can go on the next docket.
Council President, would you like me to proceed?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, so Council President, I had started the voting. Mr. Blakely was absent. Ms. Colwell-Wilson has indicated she's still remaining nay. Mr. Harrison, your vote.
Nay.
That is not Mr. Harrison. And ladies and gentlemen, if you could please stay muted throughout the meeting and until such time as public portion is not interrupt the meeting, we would greatly appreciate it. Mr. Harrison, your vote.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison votes aye. Mr. Michel.
Yes.
Mr. Michel votes aye. Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Mr. Rodriguez votes no. Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Ms. Vaughn votes no. Council President McBride.
No.
Council President McBride votes no. The resolution fails by, the motion fails by a vote of 2 to 4 with 1 member absent.
Council President, if I may.
Yes, yes, go right ahead, Council.
Yeah, I wanted to reach out to Mr. Bridges and have him contact the mayor and tell him to stop harassing me. Thank you.
If he's doing that while we're on this call, Mr. Mayor Garcia will be dealt with because I will not put up with it. I will not tolerate the mayor harassing council members, threatening to do a campaign literature against council members, to vote
In the press.
in favor of him. This is unacceptable, Mayor Garciora. You're on this line, and this will not be permitted. It will not be permitted. Councilwoman Vaughn, you had asked for the opportunity to move your resolution. This is the time to do so we can get on with the business.
Council President McBride is allowing the motion, is allowing to be moved to the floor. One of the resolutions on the docket, I'll put the resolution up on the screen here momentarily. If you just let me get to my notes.
Now, just so we can educate the public, ordinarily, if I'm not mistaken, Council President and Clerk Collin, I'm moving my resolution on the floor to be voted on this evening as opposed to Thursday, correct?
That's correct, and Council President is allowing the suspension of that rule. If somebody did not want to allow that, they would actually make a motion to overturn the decision of the chair to suspend that rule. But I will read this into the record if you want, ma'am.
Yes, so move.
Okay, Council President has suspended the rule with regard to, well, it's not really suspending the rule. They are moving this to the floor now. It is on the docket. It was actually tried to get on the last docket, but was barred by a time bar. It is being put on now. It was intended for Thursday. Council President has indicated she would like to move this to the floor. This resolution is sponsored and it was presented by Council Member Vaughn. This is Resolution 21-430.
Mr. Conlon, I want to go on the record stating why I am allowing Councilwoman Vaughn to move this resolution, because I cannot allow my council members to be threatened, to be harassed, or to be intimidated under any circumstances about resolutions that have properly been placed on this docket. So I want to move this resolution forward to put this business behind me. And I want to send a message out to anyone in the public. This council will not be intimidated. We will not be bullied. I will not permit anyone to harass the council members based on a resolution that has made it to this docket properly by procedure. This resolution was, Councilwoman tried to walk it on. She was denied the walk on. She went through the proper channels to place it on the docket. As a council member, she has the right to do that. And no one has the right to call council members up and threaten them. No one has the right to call council women the B word. No one. No one has that right to do it. And it will not be tolerated. And that's why I am moving this up for a vote so I could put this behind the council. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. This is sponsored by Councilmember Vaughn. This is Resolution 21-432. This is a resolution, excuse me, this is a resolution expressing a vote of no confidence in Mayor Reed Garciora and urging his immediate resignation from office. Whereas in recently filed lawsuit Delisle versus City of Trenton, et al., the former director of Trenton's Department of Housing and Economic Development, alleges that he was forced out of his position, refusing to take part in illegal contract procurement practices relating to the demolition of vacant and abandoned property sought by Mayor Reed Garciora as part of his re-election campaign. And whereas these allegations include pressure to commit blatant violations of the local public contracts law and the award of public contracts to a small, select group of contractors, and whereas the seriousness of such allegations cannot be trivialized as to go to the heart of public confidence in the office of the mayor and his duties to enforce the charter and ordinances of the city of Trenton and all general laws applicable thereto under NJSA 40:69 Cap A-40A. And whereas the citizens of the city of Trenton have previously been victimized and the object of embarrassing and pervasive publicity by the criminal activities of elected officials which shrouded the city in disgrace and negatively impacted upon its economic and social well-being, something no city should ever be subjected to. And Whereas it is imperative that Trenton's residents have faith in the integrity of their mayor and that their elected representatives are free from the taint and distractions of defending themselves from untoward conduct in order to be able to effectively represent their constituents and discharge the obligations of their office. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton that it hereby expresses a vote of no confidence in Mayor Reed Gusiora for the reasons herein above stated. And be it further resolved that Mayor Reed Gusiora being hereby is urged to immediately resign his position in order that the best interests of the Trenton citizens be preserved. And be it further resolved that this resolution shall take effect pursuant to law. I have a motion by Ms. Vaughn to introduce this resolution. Do I have a second?
A second?
I have a second by Mr. Rodriguez. Floor is open.
Mr. Conlon,
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to, I sent you a resolution. Do you have the resolution that I sent?
Yes, ma'am, I do. Let me just bring it up.
Can you post that resolution up for me?
Yes, ma'am. Just give me 1 second. Council President McBride is making a presentation on the screen. If you'll all just bear with us for 1 second.
And post, and if you can put them side by side, I'd appreciate it.
I will, ma'am. There you go, ma'am. They're up.
Okay, so if everybody could you bring the one to the right down a little so that the number on the resolution, not that one, the other, yes. This is resolution 12. I gotta open it up.
Dash 626.
12-626, and this current one is 21-432. The resolution that I have asked Mr. Collin to place on the screen, I hope you all can see it. It's a resolution that was declaring the lack of confidence in the ability of Mayor Tony F. Mack in October 18, 2012. And I would like for the community to know that this is not a unique situation. Whenever there is a total disregard of the community and your constituents, the council has an obligation. And in 2012, the council had that obligation and they fulfilled it. And the difference between October of 2012 was you did not have strong allegations coming from department directors. You had allegations coming from 2 members of the community. And in this situation, we have a serious allegation coming from a department head. And I can only say that they're allegations. And until the Attorney General office comes back to us declaring that that's all it is an allegation and there is no truth to it, we will have to, our job is to protect the public in the best interest of our residents from all illicit behavior. And I would just like to show the community that this is not the first time that this has occurred. Thank you, Mr. Collin. You may move on. You may unmute yourself, Mr. Conlon.
Thank you, Council President. Do any other members wish to be heard?
Yes, Council
Council
President?
Vaughn, who is seeking
Yes,
recognition?
go right ahead.
Is it me or, I don't know, you should call it Mr. Harrison or myself?
No, ma'am, it's you, Ms. Vaughn.
Okay, I just want to say, because I take this very seriously, I have prepared some remarks this evening, and I will, go through them very quickly. Mayor Gussior, he must resign if the investigation confirms the allegations against him are credible. And as Council President McBride just stated, we have credible sources, heads of departments within his administration that has put this matter forward. That would mean that he abused, if those allegations are true, coming from these credible sources, that would mean he abused his duly elected position. He broke the law and he betrayed the trust of Trentonians. If any of those allegations described in those 3 subpoenas, not 1 subpoena, 3 subpoenas related to transactions with contracts with NPS Communication. They provide radio room services to our police department and fire department. The property, the YWCA property at 127 Academy Street and 140 Hanover Street. There are matters of contract and grant monies at issue in the procurement process as well. And the third subpoena is related to, that has been widely reported in the press, is related to the vacant properties and the demolition and the contract appropriation to favored contractors. And in the circumventing the fair and open process, and also attempting to circumvent counsel with emergency contracts. If these things are true, and the investigation proves wrongdoing, then Mayor Gussior not only should resign, but he should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. These latest New Jersey Attorney General probe regarding the city's procurement contract process is widely seen by many residents of this city as a blow to Trenton's image and brand. That's right, our image and brand is at stake. People all over the state, the county, even beyond the state borders, is looking at Trenton as a city that no one would want to consider do business with. No one wants to be in a contract or do business or work on a project in our city that has this dark cloud over us, a dark cloud of corruption. And our citizens are concerned not only about the image and brand, they believe it's going to prove to be a huge distraction, a huge burden to the mayor and his ability to focus on the city's business, particularly with the increase of gun violence and the overall well-being of the residents. The mayor has to work, and his administration have to work every day to produce these answers to the authorities, pull documents and etc. The stress is going to be overwhelming in itself. The investigation takes time, resource hours, manpower to produce documents, etc., to have meetings. It's a major distraction. Can't do the city business. So he just needs to move on. He needs to step down, do the right thing. And then we can have somebody and replace him who can have time to address the gun violence and other serious matters in the city. So my fellow Trentonians, I believe in due process for everybody, for all. However, when a mayor is marred and embattled in scandal and corruption, he or she can no longer effectively govern. They must resign. They must step down. They must do the right thing. And that's why I raised this resolution, and it's very important. Council President called to our attention and made us recall that the same thing happened to Tony Mack, former Mayor Tony Mack. And again, way before he was convicted, allegations were also put forward. So I just will ask that fairness in the law and the measure stick should be applied fairly and properly to all of us. So that's what that's all I have to say, Council President. And I hope my council members consider this seriously and just be fair and do the right thing for Trentonians in the city of Trenton. Thank you, Council President. I yield my time.
Is there anyone else, Mr. Conlon, that would like to speak? Any other council member?
Yes, I would.
Council President? Oh, sorry.
Go right ahead. Go right ahead, Mr. Mushal. Councilman Mushal?
Yes. Just like to make a statement. Allegations are allegations. Investigations are investigations. And anybody can sit here and talk all that talk until you have proof of anything. I was with Tony Mack. I was with every administration down. And the bottom line is, allegations are allegations, and we're all involved with these allegations. And I don't think we're going to move the city forward by putting a resolution up like this to get rid of the mayor when we owe everybody money and everybody's walking out of the city because they're not being paid. Let the process take its toll. If there's a problem there and there's charges, then so be it. And then we deal with it. We dealt with Tony Mack. Otherwise, just back off of it, move the city forward. That's all I got to say.
Mr. Conlon, can you put that resolution back up and show the votes on the Tony Mack?
Yes.
On Tony Mack. And Mr. While he's doing that, Mr. Harrison, would you?
Yes, Council President. At the end of the day, like you said, it's allegations. The word is if.
Could you?
If there's going to be members of this council. Am I speaking? Or are you speaking, Council President? I didn't hear you.
No.
Okay.
Go right ahead, Council.
If my colleagues are going to run for mayor, could they be doing this to sabotage? Because at the end of the day, there should be his due process, right? This is an allegation, but my colleagues seem to want to convict somebody before they even investigate an allegation. So in this country, I thought people have their due process. You do an investigation, but this council seems to want to do things differently. Could it be because there's members on this council that want to be the next mayor? Could there be multiple members on this council who want to be the next mayor? I mean, that's what this is about. Maybe we should be asking that question, because we brought up Tony Mack, and then we put the same incidents we talk about Mayor Rigueur. We have a forensic audit, right, that was going on with Mr. O'Brien. Where is that forensic audit? Why is that not released to the public yet? Question, Council President, when's the forensic audit coming out?
You were in the same meeting that I was in, Mr. Harrison. You were in
and what did Mr. O'Brien say?
Harrison.
Exactly, you're right. And what did Mr. O'Brien say? The forensic audit was over.
He said he needed more money to
for what?
Conclusive report. You and I were in the same meeting, and you heard the same information.
Exactly, and he never said that. He did not say that.
He said he needed more money to conclude.
For what?
Yes, he did. Audit.
He did. Actually, he sent a letter.
More money regarding $250,000 regarding the budget. That's what it was said. That's what he stated. Right? So you're going to vote for this regarding allegations. So at the end of the day,
with the resolution, Joey.
at the end of the day, These are allegations, correct? So people on this council that they're going to vote on an allegation don't even know if it's true, correct? Exactly. Do not know, but you don't want to give somebody their due process. But hey, that's this council. We need to move the city forward, but we're not doing that. We've been not getting the city moved forward. That's why Councilman Michelle and myself are trying to walk things on, because we want to move the city forward. But we know council members on this council who want to be the next mayor, because that's what they're doing. It's being sabotaged. So go ahead, you take your vote, and everybody's going to see when it comes time for election time what this was all about. The true color is going to come out, because everybody's going to know what this truly is about. This is allegations. Where's your proof? You don't have it, do you? But you want to convict somebody before you even have an investigation. So it proves that this council don't do their homework, right? And they're going to say, "Oh yeah, just get out of office because we know well." This if anybody realizes this council has not been working for the people, we talk about the unions and other things, but how many times has this council really truly done things for the community? Good question, isn't it? So go ahead, take your vote. And at the end of the day, when some of you run out and decide you're going to run for mayor, then I'll be able to say, "Told you so." There it is. So remember, everybody, circle this night on the calendar. Everybody, remember this night. This is the night that the true colors of the people who think they're going to be the next mayor coming out. Thank you very much.
Any other members?
Just for the record, Mac was arrested by the FBI, not an investigation.
Correct.
FBI, they do investigations too, Mr. Michelle. They don't just arrest people, they investigate first.
That's right. And the FBI is not investigating this right now. You know anything about
The
it?
office is, though.
Prove that.
Excuse me.
Prove it. Prove it, Vaughn.
Excuse me.
Prove it.
Oh, you voted for Tony Mack. That's because you wanted to be the mayor.
That was after the FBI found them guilty. Put him in.
No, it wasn't.
Point of
Stop,
order.
it was not. Stop lying, Michelle.
Okay, so point of order. Is there any other council member that haven't spoke that would like to speak? Mr. Conlon, just for the record, Tony Mack had not been arrested by the FBI. Tony Mack's house had been raided. The absolute resolution was did in October the 18th, 2012. Tony wasn't found guilty until February of 13. So, Councilman Michelle voted of no confidence in October 2018. Mr. Conlon, can you please move for the vote?
Yes, ma'am. I have a motion by Ms. Vaughn, second by Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely is absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
No.
Oh, thank you, sir. You're back. Mr. Blakely votes no. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
No.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson votes no. Mr. Harrison.
No.
Mr. Harrison votes no. Mr. Michelle.
No.
Mr. Michelle votes no. Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez votes aye. Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn votes aye. Mr. Council President McBride.
Yes, and I would like to employ all of the residents in the city of Trenton to get the resolution from October 2012 and get this particular resolution, and I would like for them to see the disparity, because Tony Mack house was raided by the FBI, and this resolution was passed by a member of 4, Councilman Michelle being one of them. And I would like for you to look at, there was no conviction until February of 2013. And then I would like for you to look at the vote this evening, and you be the judge. And I would also like to say, where is the FBI? If they're not here, why aren't they here? Why aren't they here? If they're not here, Why aren't they? Big rigging, procurement laws, allegedly. Grant funding, allegedly. Why aren't they here? Where is the FBI? That's my statement. Thank you.
Yes, Council President.
Council President?
Go right ahead, Mr. Collin.
Council President? Council President?
Move forward,
Council
Mr.
President,
Collin.
you there? Council President, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, but we're moving forward with the business of the calendar.
I'm
Go ahead,
I'm
Mr.
grateful you said
Collin.
allegation. So remember that, allegation.
Next on the Council President, next we have docket review.
Go right ahead.
First are the minutes for approval. I am still working on the September 17th minutes. I hope to have them completed and out to you.
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, let me just get the first page of my document because it got tangled up here. Thank you. We have two ordinances for second reading and public hearing. First, we have a ordinance 21-020, an ordinance amending the North Clinton Avenue redevelopment area plan. It is my understanding as well, and there is an amendment that is required to this to add another block and lot, and Mr. Cruz will explain, or the administration will explain that on Thursday, unless you want an explanation tonight. The ordinance does require an amendment because a block and lot was left out of the ordinance. So I will, if you want an explanation tonight, we can certainly get that from the administration. If not, we can move on to the next item now. And I'm going to bring it up here, if you just bear with me for 1 second. I was told that in this particular section, this is lots, I believe, 15, 16, 17. I haven't received the updated changes to the ordinance for the amendment. If we can get those to me, I greatly appreciate it, and then we can read them into the record on Thursday. But I believe this is lots 15, 16, and 17. And once again, I'll let the administration control that. And I believe they had another small change in here someplace. So if they want to go over those, or they can go over them on Thursday during the public hearing. Next, we have ordinance 21-022, an ordinance authorizing the sale of city-owned property identified on the city tax map as 69 and 69 Aft Bond Street, block 8403, lot 65 and 66, pursuant to NJSA 40:Cap A 12-13B5 to Manor International Corporation for the sum of $9,000. There will be a public hearing on that. Council President, would you like me to move to the resolutions? Council President? Okay, good enough. Thank you, Ben.
Yes, I always mute myself.
No, I got you. No,
Before you move to the resolution, could I make a brief comment?
In reference to the resolution?
Yeah, as we move forward in the docket.
Is it pertaining to the resolutions that's in front of us?
Yeah, I mean,
If not, could you
all resolutions on the docket. It pertains to all the resolutions on the docket in the business of the city.
Okay.
I will be voting, I will be abstaining from every single piece of legislation that the mayor has introduced. Until the state investigators, the Attorney General's Office, which is a credible law enforcement officer of this country and of this state, until they come back to this council, to this government, to the people of this city, with clearing the mayor's name and certain members of his administration, until come back to us and tell us that there has been no wrongdoing in the city of Trenton, that the city of Trenton has zero corruption in its government, I will not entertain anything Mayor Gussior puts forward. Not a project, not a dollar that he spends or wants to spend. He needs to wait, and we all need to wait until the Attorney General comes back with their findings and whether or not there is wrongdoing by the mayor. He can go out of the country. He can do whatever I don't know where, who knows. So we need to be prudent and be super cautious with what he puts forward until we hear from the authorities. Thank you, Council President.
Continue, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. We just heard Resolution 21-432. First, under the City Clerk's office, we have Resolution 21-433. This is a resolution requesting the State of New Jersey Department of Transportation and the County of Mercer to construct a pedestrian bridge at the intersection of Route 29 and Layla Street in the City of Trenton. And this is sponsored by Councilmember Rodriguez. How would you like to proceed, ma'am? Council President, would you like this on the roll call or on the consent agenda?
If there's no questions, it can go on the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have resolution.
Council President,
Yes.
in regards to that, in regards to 29 Layla, 5 years ago, there was a total investigation there with DOT. We found to have not enough room to make any better conditions for that roadway. And that's on record with DOT. That was already investigated to the fullest.
So are you saying you want to roll call this, Councilman?
Yes, roll call, because that was investigated by DOT. I was part of the investigation. There is not enough room to change an overpass, underpass, or anything like that. It's on record. If your work was done, your homework was done, you would have picked it up, you would have found it. That's not for you, Council President.
Madam President?
It's going to be roll call.
Yes, Mr. Moschar, if he loves so much his South Ward residents, all he has to do is vote no. You know, what I'm requesting is that they do a thorough study by engineers, by whatever. They have to come up with a solution because we have lost, right after they open it up, for the past years, we have been losing people. We lost a security guard. 3 weeks ago, we lost a young man that was trying to cross, and he was killed, and the vehicle left. There were not even cameras in there. Something has to be done about that corner, and it has to be done quick because I'm tired. I'm tired of having to go to funerals of people in Trenton that are killed in that corner. If Mr. Moschar wants to vote against his constituents at the South Ward, good for him. Thank you.
You may
Council
continue.
President?
Yes,
Council
go right
President?
ahead. Yes.
Maybe we should, before consider doing a study, we check to see if there actually was a previous study, because you're going to be voting on a study that was already happened. That's what Mr. Michel said.
Madam President?
Correct?
Madam President?
Correct.
We're doing a roll call on this particular resolution.
Madam President, if that's the case, let the state say that. Let them show the study.
That's what Mr. Michel said. Study.
Would you like me to proceed, ma'am?
Yes, go right ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Next is Resolution 21-434, a resolution requesting the development of a flood control program by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to alleviate flooding within the city of Trenton.
Are you still on 21-433 or you?
Yep, yep, there we go.
434.
Yeah, we're on 434, man. That's the one I just read.
Okay.
Just for the army.
All righty.
I have a question. Of course, I support this, and I would like it to be roll call only because I would like to hear from our Public Works Department as to what they can do to help move this effort along, and who in the administration should be involved, and how come they haven't been proactive and making this happen. So I would want this roll call for that reason, and I will be supporting it. Can they speak to it now, Council President? Can they speak to it now? Can someone in the administration speak to it now?
What is the question?
Well, the question is, right, we just had a storm, and we know here in the West Ward, our island residents were impacted heavily. Well, luckily, they weren't. There were no water in a lot of their homes. That's what was communicated to me by some residents. After they were evacuated, they had no impact. Thank God, thank goodness. So I just want to know. So what is the Public Works Department doing? What is Wally Onateri? Is he negotiating this? Is he working on it? What has been progress to date over time? What has been transferred from knowledge transfer from the prior administration? Like what? Can they answer? And then maybe after they answer, it can go to consent agenda. But can they come back with what they have done today and perhaps share that with Mr. Rodriguez? Because it sounds like we're reinventing the wheel a little bit. Flooding and along the basin of the Delaware has been a problem all across the city during some periods, right? So what has the city done? Can Wally Onateri speak to that? He's Public Works. Is Wally on the phone? Mr. Onateri on the line?
I don't believe so. I didn't hear him doing the roll call. Mr. Collin, was Mr. Onateri on the phone doing roll call?
He was muted, but he is present in the room. Or at least he is logged in.
So can he speak to this?
Mr. Onateri, sir, Mr. Cruz, can you get Mr. Onateri?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Now we can hear you, Mr. Onateri.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Good evening, Council President. Councilwoman, to your question, what you are saying about the island, I know the city has been working for many years with the Corps of Engineers to help us to prevent the flood more and more, and sewer also working from water department. They're working with them, and that's where we are right now to try to get some sort of remediation in that area to prevent the water from coming over whenever we have that flood over there when the water rises up.
So have you met with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers?
No, I haven't met with them personally, but that is what, this is what we are trying to do. But we've been trying to reach out to have them to be able to help and what we need to do, because we need to work with them in order to get something done there.
Okay, so all these years, no one has reached out to them until now? Well, Santiago, I just want to finish up very quickly. So have you gotten a report from them at all over the years, Mr. Onateri? Mr. Onateri?
Yes, ma'am. The Massa County, through a consultant, is assisting the city with compiling a hazard mitigation plan, to do this job.
Madam
And we're
President?
also working through our federal legislators also, like the congresswoman, in order to get some funding for this job. It's going to be a very huge job.
Okay, so who's from the city working with the congresswoman to do that?
We're working with the Massa County, the city of Trenton, in conjunction together with the city. We're working the hazard mitigation. You have the emergency management office working on this. You have water working on this, the sewer line. You have public works. You have a lot of varieties of all the divisions and the departments working to get something done there.
Okay, so can you send us any report to date, preliminary findings or recommendations that committee or group has put together?
Yes, I can definitely look into that for you, because this was already being done before the hurricane. We already started planning on this even before the hurricane, and we do have a draft plan. So I will get that to you.
Okay. Can you get it to us for Thursday?
Yes, I will look. Yes, I will do that.
Okay. Thank you, Council President.
Madam President?
Council President, Mr. Rodriguez, seeking the floor.
Yes, go right ahead.
There is no contradiction on that. That's better. I like to have all that documentation put together to send it with this resolution to the Corps of Engineers. If they are already aware of it, good. Good. For Mr. Onatari, gave the clerk all your documentation from your efforts to, I guess, through the past 100 years, because this is not new. This is not because of the storm. I remember since 1970 that I first came to Trenton, seeing the island flooded. And I have never seen that there have been a study done by the by the Corps of Engineers. I know what the Corps of Engineers are. I know what they do. Exactly. I was in the military, and that's where they are from. I'm very aware of that. As a matter of fact, I was stationed close to them in Germany, very close to them. And I know what they do, their projects and everything. They are the ones that can help us with a mitigation plan, do whatever they recommend, and it should be done as soon as possible, because if the county have been involved, I have never heard of that since I've been in council, almost 4 years. If anybody else in council heard about it, that you have let me know. But I'm not going to pull this resolution. Let's vote on it. Whoever wants to oppose it, let oppose it. It's the same one as that bridge, 129, the same problem, And I'm doing this because somebody have to do this thing. Somebody has to come out. I've been waiting for the administration. I've been waiting for them to come out with stuff to help Trenton, to improve the finances in Trenton, economy in Trenton. I've been waiting. I've been suggesting that to the mayor, to the business administrator, to everybody. Why don't we do this? Why don't we do that? Why don't we go to Washington? Why don't we go to every city in the state and request help from Trenton? We need help from Trenton now. We need help because you people want to continue with the status quo, because for some members of this council, things are perfect the way they are now. They are very comfortable. That's not what I hear from our residents. Our residents are not happy about what is going on in Trenton in general, not only the crime, in general. Our residents are tired of paying excessive taxes, property taxes, because our administration cannot come up with ways of finding economic resources or bringing money to Trenton. That's what we have to do. You know, as a matter of fact, at the beginning of my term, I came up with a resolution supporting historic tourism for Trenton. That resolution, that I discussed it with the administration, with a couple of directors. They didn't do anything about it because it was coming from me, I guess, because, you know, I challenged the administration, if they do have a plan, a mitigation plan for the Delaware, to come up with it right away. And I challenged the administration to do something about 129, about that problem there. Thank you.
Council President.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Grady Griffin. I'm one of the deputy coordinators for the Office of Emergency Management. Do I have permission to speak on the hazard mitigation?
No, Mr. Griffin. It doesn't work like that. No. You may continue, Mr. Conlon.
Did we want to mark this for the consent agenda or the roll call, ma'am?
It could be a roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have resolutions from the Department of Administration, Academy Cruise Business Administrator. First, we have Resolution 21-435, a resolution consenting to the extension of Steve E. Wilson as Acting Director for the Department of Police for the City of Trenton.
Council President?
Go right ahead.
Extension? Why the extension and not advice and consent? His 90 days have expired. We're in crisis mode. People are dying every day from gun violence. And why isn't the mayor putting the police director, Steve Wilson, up for advice and consent for the permanent role with only a year or so left in his term?
That is a question for Mr.
We need a permanent police director, not an interim one. And the city is in crisis. People are dying. Why hasn't the mayor taken it seriously in recruiting a director that meets all the qualifications and that can perform the duty on the permanent basis, not an interim? This makes no sense. So, Mr. Cruz or Steve Wilson, why isn't the mayor putting you up for the permanent role?
That should be a question for the business administrator.
Yes, Madam President, if I am allowed to respond, I can respond to that question.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam President. So if some of you follow the invitation for people to apply for job postings that we do for the city, you would have seen that about a couple of months ago, we put out a request for we put in for a search for a police director. We got resumes back, and we received, I believe, between 9 and 11 resumes. Of those, we have identified certain individuals. We began to go through the resumes, and we already also performed some interviews. We are not done with the process as of yet, but because Mr. Wilson's appointment was running out, we are putting him up for 90 days. It doesn't necessarily mean that he will serve those 90 days. As soon as we make the final decision, we will come to this body, hopefully either for the next meeting or their meeting after, to appoint hopefully a permanent police director. But as of right now, we are asking the council just to extend the director because it is on a 90-day basis that we make the request. We're asking the council to consider the 90-day appointment, and we will be in front of council hopefully within the next meeting.
So
Madam
let
President?
me just be clear. So the next meeting, I just want to finish up. So you said you're going to be hopefully in front of council in the next meeting to do what? Can you complete the sentence, please? To do what? To present us with the permanent director?
I did say that, Councilwoman. I did say
No,
that.
no, you did not.
I did.
So you're going to be, so next council session, you're that close to selecting, you have a short list of candidates that you're going to select for the permanent role next council session.
That is correct.
Well, how come that's not on this resolution?
Because this resolution.
So why not the extension be for 2 weeks instead of 90 days?
Councilwoman, if you allow me to answer the one question and not attack me before I answer, I will appreciate it.
I'm not attacking you, sir. I'm not attacking you, sir.
Madam President, do I have the floor or does Councilwoman have the floor?
If she wants you to answer the question, could you allow him that opportunity?
Shut up.
Yeah, go ahead. Answer the question.
All right, Madam President. So the answer is we appoint directors for 90-day periods, and that is what's in front of you for 90 days. And as I mentioned, we are almost there in the selection process, and we will be coming to council for hopefully at the next council meeting to bring to you the person that would be selected for the position of police director for the ongoing time.
Well, I just want to say in closing that considering all the gun violence, people losing their lives in this city, and you, Mr. Cruz, and the mayor did not see it urgent over the past 90 days to get a bona fide, qualified, best and brightest individual in Trenton to address this issue. So now you're asking, why would this council trust that you'll get it done with an additional 90 days when you didn't get it done in the previous 90 days? So why would I trust that what evidence have you put forward? We haven't seen any resumes. So how many people are you considering? You got one, you have made an offer letter to this individual? Mr. Cruz?
Well, Councilwoman, it's very difficult to answer when you have roll-on questions that keep evolving and evolving.
My question is only, Mr. Cruz, my question is, have you selected? We haven't seen any resumes. So if you're being truthful here, who is this individual? And I want to see some resumes because I don't trust that you have anybody on your short list for the permanent role. And I need to see some evidence. So who is this person and where's that resume? When can you get that to the clerk?
Council President, can you ask the Councilwoman if she's done?
I'm done.
Don't get sassy.
Wait a minute. Excuse me, both of you. I just cannot deal with these adults on this line acting as if they're in the first grade. Do not come on this line and speak while a council member is speaking. Mute yourselves.
I have disabled the microphone, ma'am. That's the second time you warned her.
Please, shut them down permanently.
I did,
It's
ma'am.
continuously.
Yeah,
Madam President?
No, he has not answered my question yet.
Go ahead, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you, Council President. So the answer is, as I indicated on my previous first statement, not the second statement, the first statement, we are going through the resumes. We identify individuals that we are interested in interviewing. We have interviewed some individuals. We have to complete the interview process. Once the interview process is done, we select an individual in accordance to the Faulkner Act, and then that individual is put forth in front of council for a vote. So that is where we are going to be once we select the individual. As of right now, there is nothing to give you or the clerk.
So question for you, Mr. Cruz, this will be my last question. So what have you done over the past 90 days to move this interview process along? What have you done? Because again, the police director, the top cop of the land, is the most critical job in the city. And at this point in time, people are dying, Mr. Cruz. Have you realized that? Are you not sensitive to that? Because I don't understand why you need another 90 days to recruit. I would think that would be of urgency. And I'm insulted that you put up an extension for Steve Wilson. I would expect it that you would have had a permanent director even before his term expired. So I don't believe that you're going to have, I'm on a record, I don't believe anything that you say, Mr. Cruz. I have no confidence in you either, but you know that. So,
Councilwoman, do you have a question?
Get me a resume and fill this position immediately. People are dying in the city. And you think that you can kick the can down the road to bring somebody in with the expertise to stop them from dying. And Trentonians need to understand that.
Councilwoman?
No.
All right, Council President. But this is outrageous. His corrupt ass. Thank you, Council President. I'm done.
Madam President.
Council President.
Go ahead.
That's right. I said it.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Yes,
Councilman Rodriguez.
Mr. Cruz, the search started about 4 months ago. It shouldn't take that long to hire, bring a permanent director. But here, they're not asking for Mr. Wilson, because I'm reading at this resolution, the first whereas, you read the first whereas, put it there, says, whereas provided by City Code Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 245, the mayor has the authority to temporarily appoint an active officer to fill a department director vacancy. That's what this resolution is looking for, an active officer. And we have active officers. As a matter of fact, we had a captain there that was appointed on a temporary basis for about 30 days. Have he retired? Why can't he take over until we get the permanent one? It says temporarily appoint an active officer. That's what this resolution says. I cannot vote for it because I don't know what is it that they want. Mr. Wilson was not an active officer when he was appointed. I believe he was retired already. So what is it? What is it that this resolution is asking for? Thank you.
Madam President, do you want me to answer that question?
I don't know if it was a question, but
Okay.
you can try.
Okay. Well, I just want to read what's on the screen that has been posted by Mr. Matthew Conlon. If you read the bold, it says, resolution consenting to the extension of Steve E. Wilson as acting director for the Department of Police for the City of Trenton. I don't know how much clearer it could be that we are asking for Mr. Wilson to be the acting director. It doesn't get any more clear than that.
Can you continue? Can you read the other paragraph, the first whereas?
Temporary appoint an active officer to fill, yes, which means that there will be somebody there to fill the position actively for the next 90 days, yes.
Yes, it says an active officer, active.
And he will be an active, he will,
Typo? Just admit it. If you made a mistake when you wrote it, just admit it. It was a mistake. It's a typo. That's the wrong language, because I fear, I don't know, unless they taught me, they never taught me how to read there, because I said there to temporarily appoint an active officer. What is that whereas is there?
And Director Wilson will be the person to fill the vacancy.
Is he an active officer?
Councilman, that is left to interpretation, and you can interpret it, however you would like.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak
Council
to
President?
this resolution? Yes, go right ahead.
Council President.
Yes,
I wish
yes.
we could hold. I wish we would hold the previous director to the same circumstance that we're now saying. We had shootings in the previous director was here, but now all of a sudden we're making allegations of everything under the sun. So it's unbelievable. Do my colleagues even know what Mr. Wilson's been doing? Or are we just going to make up allegations again, or assumptions, or go around in circles because the previous director's still not here?
You
Think about
fired
that.
the previous director, so ask Mr. Wilson for the plan. We haven't gotten a plan from Mr. Wilson, Mr. Harris.
The previous director had no
Councilwoman
plan.
Vaughn,
Well,
Previous-
no.
There you go again.
So what?
The
So
previous
what?
director had no plan. So please,
She did
do
have
it
a
again.
plan. She did produce a plan. We never got
Okay.
Mr. Wilson.
She didn't have a plan. Stop it.
She did have a plan. Where's Mr. Wilson's plan?
Point of order, Councilwoman Vaughn. You do not have the floor. Councilman Harrison has the floor.
Thank you, Council President. But as always, Council President, somebody doesn't like what somebody else says, so they want to go on the offensive. But at the end of the day, there was no plan because nobody ever seen the master plan. Exactly. You proved my point. Just remember that when you decide when you're going to run for mayor, when people are going to remember that. Just
So what?
remember
It's a
that.
free world. I can do what I want to do.
Councilwoman
You can run
Vaughn.
whoever you want to. But at the end of the day,
Someone take charge of the meeting for crying out loud.
You have to mute
You don't even have the
Councilwoman Vaughn.
intelligence.
when I,
Stop.
Council President, see,
Continue.
a person on this council can't control it. I never interrupt when she spoke,
And I muted
but
her,
she has a way of
Oh,
interrupting.
you have. But you have, sir. You have.
Mute her.
How? I was speaking and you interrupted me again. There you go.
Idiot.
Uh-uh.
Oh, you hurt my
Yeah.
feelings.
Councilwoman
How about show up to your
Vaughn,
meeting?
you are out of
Your board. How
line.
about that?
Continue, Mr. Conlon.
How would you like to proceed with 21-435, ma'am?
Yes, let it be roll call, please.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-436. This is a resolution exercising the option to extend the contract for an additional one-year awarded to Verizon New Jersey to provide non-voice over Internet Protocol telephone services through Centrex or Centrex-like service equivalent from September 10, 2021 to September 9, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $258,000 through bid 2020.
Roll call.
Yes, ma'am.
Roll call.
Any questions from the floor?
Continue.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-437, a resolution authorizing an appropriation of $216,000 pursuant to the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 to provide premium hazard pay to eligible employees of the Trenton Emergency Medical Service, EMS.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Is this coming out of the American Rescue Plan money?
That's what it says.
But we haven't, the mayor had, Mr. Cruz? Mr. Cruz, are you there?
Councilwoman, can she ask the question?
How is this coming out of the American Rescue Act plan monies and the mayor has not produced a plan to the city and has not gotten that plan approved by the council?
Is this a roll-on question, or are you done with your question?
I'm done with my question, Mr.
All
Cruz.
right. Madam President, may I answer?
Do you not speak? Do you not understand English?
Councilwoman, if you want them to answer your question, you will have to allow them the opportunity to do so.
Well, he's disrespecting me, and I don't like his tone.
Well,
So yes,
listen,
I was not speaking, so I was finished asking my question.
All righty, so let Mr. Cruz answer the question, please.
Thank you, Madam President, but just for the record, I speak 3 languages, English, Italian, and Spanish. So I am versed in, I am versed in all 3 languages, Madam President. So as far as the unlike Councilwoman Vaughn, I speak 3 languages.
Okay.
Madam President, the American Rescue Plan has been used in the past for the city employees, as you are aware, the library as well, and we are now coming to you to the temps individuals. I mean, they are the frontline workers. They have been the frontline workers through this pandemic. They have been exposed to COVID from day one, because they are the ones that are going to people's homes and taking them to hospitals. And we felt that the right thing to do was actually to do what was right for them, and also reward them for their hard work, exposure on a day-to-day basis, with hazard pay as well, just like we did with everybody else. Thank you.
I thought, I'm not done, Council President. I not yield my time yet. So please don't interrupt me. So why is it that they were excluded from the original allotment? Because I was under the understanding that the 7.5 million was across the city to all employees. So how did the EMS workers get excluded?
It could be because they're not city employees.
But Mr. Council President, why are you answering for him?
I just was stating.
So why are you answering for him? Follow your own rules. So again, Mr. Cruz, please answer the question.
Well, I'm the only one that's going to follow rules this evening.
Well, again.
Go right ahead, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you, Madam President. The 10 employees, as you are all aware, are actually under contract for the city, and this is why they were not placed in consideration the first time around. And we would like to make that right, as I mentioned, and we would like to also reward them with hazard pay.
And could I have a list of these 10 employees, please?
Madam President, yes, you can have a list, and that could be forwarded to Mr. Conlon for the rest of the council body as well.
Please do. And I want this roll call.
So Mr. Cruz, my question about the Tims is this. Do they work for the county? Do they work for the entire county?
Madam President, these the employees that we have here in the city are actually provide.
No. I asked a simple question. Do they work for the county?
I am going to revert that question to Mr. Grady, so that he can be more specific as to what function they serve. Mr. Grady, are you available?
Mr. Griffin, are you still on the line, sir?
Either way, bueno la rojo, Adam. Great job.
Mr. Bridges, please don't interrupt, sir. It's not your floor. We appreciate it. Mr. Griffin, Council President, did you want to hear from Mr. Grady Griffin on this?
No, I don't, because I know that they work for the entire county, and I just want to know why Trenton is going to be on the hook for $216,000, and the other parts of the county, which also got American Rescue funding, is not coming to the table. This should be shared with all of the municipalities throughout the county and not just the city of Trenton. But that's the way they want to spend our money, but the other municipalities don't come to the table offering up anything. And so just take it out of Trenton's American Rescue Plan, but we'll go to every municipality in the county. They don't just work for Trenton. But anyways, it's going to be roll called. Mr. Collin, you can move forward.
Council President, this is Grady Griffin from the OEM. Were you requesting me, ma'am? I was trying to get my phone off mute.
No, Mr. Griffin, she's going to move on.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Mr. Collins.
She wanted to move on, sir. So we're going to move on to the next topic.
These are all roll called, aren't they?
Yes, ma'am. They can be moved to consent agenda, but they are individual settlements, so they are from the executive session. That would be marked for roll call. Next, we have Resolution 21-439, a resolution authorizing settlement of a civil action in the matter of Scott Madlinger versus City of Trenton in the total amount of $2,393, representing the city's contribution towards the settlement. Council President, do you want yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-440, a resolution authorizing the settlement in the civil matter of Alva Evans versus City of Trenton et al. Council President, roll call.
Yes.
Next, we have Resolution 21-441, a resolution authorizing settlement in the civil matter of Marathon Engineering and Environmental Services Inc. versus City of Trenton. Council President indicated that roll call for that one, ma'am?
Yes, they're all.
Yeah, those are all part of the executive session, so the discussion should be. Next, we have resolutions to the Department of Finance. Ron Zielinski, Acting Director. First, we have Resolution 21-442. This is a resolution awarding a contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 1944 Cap A-20.4 et sec. From Acadian PC for municipal auditing services in amount not to exceed $84,100 for a period of 1 year from August 6, 2021 to August 5, 2022 through RFP 2021-28.
So, Mr. Zielinski, since I've been on this council, this account has been this audit company has been doing the audits, but yet and still I've never seen any of their recommendations met. They've never come before the council. I see time and time again that they make recommendations throughout at the end of their audit, and none of the recommendations have been satisfied, and they just continuously go on to the next year. And the next year, they make recommendations. They don't even go back to check to see if the recommendations have been met or have been satisfied, and they just put in the back of their book, this recommendation hasn't been satisfied, and then they just continuously, year after year after year. I don't understand the benefit when none of the recommendations are being satisfied, and they every year the report is almost a cut and paste report.
Madam President?
I'm sorry.
That was for Mr. Zielinski. Anytime now, Mr. Zielinski.
I'm sorry, we're having trouble with getting my phone to unmute. It's up to the city administration to try to correct the recommendations of the auditor. The auditor can only make the recommendations. They have no power to fix any of that.
Understanding that, why is it that if the recommendations have not been satisfied, do the auditor just keep going every year and nothing ever changes? Because as I've been on this council, Marcadia has made basically the same recommendations every year, and the recommendations have not been satisfied, and we just keep on plugging away at Marcadia instead of them at least sending some type of letters to the administration saying, hey, you need to fix this. They talked about the water department. They talked about how the payroll and all of that. None of it was ever satisfied.
Well, I wasn't here for the last audit, so I'm not sure what happened. I thought they appeared with their recommendations every year at the council meeting.
No.
That was my recollection.
That must have been a long time, Mr. Zelinski, because they haven't been in front of this council at all since 2018.
Okay, yeah, well, I don't, yeah. Again, I wasn't here for the last audit, so I don't remember or don't know what happened last time. I thought they did come to council meetings on a regular basis. Maybe that was in a prior period. At this point, I don't have any recollection.
All righty. Thank you, Mrs. Zelinski.
Madam President?
Go right ahead, Councilman.
Yes, my question is, how comes, like every year we have the same, only one proposal. Last year, I remember clearly last year and 2 years ago, only one proposal was received on June 10th, 2021. So nobody bids for that contract?
I mean, we can only go out and do an RFP and advertise it publicly. If nobody else bids, I don't know what else we can do about that.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead. Councilman Musha, Councilman Rodriguez, are you finished?
Well, yes, because it's strange that every year is the same thing.
It's the same company. Okay, Councilwoman.
Yeah, so very insightful, Mr. Zelinski. Yeah, so whose responsibility is it to ensure that this expertise is represented in the council meeting and available to the public to explain the statuses of these items? Is it the council that should have, was the council remiss in not inviting them? Or is it the business administrator's responsibility? Whose responsibility it is to ensure that Mercadian comes to council meetings and address the public?
Again, from recollection, I assume or remember that they always came to the council meeting when the audit findings were presented.
Okay, so Mr. Cruz, can you answer that question?
If the wish, Madam President, my apologies. Madam President, can I answer?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Thank you. Yes, so Madam President, if the wish of the council is to have Mercadian go in front of council when the audit is completed and the report comes, that is something that we can accommodate when the time comes. And that is for any auditor, not just Mercadian.
And also, Mr. Cruz, so once the city, you're the business administrator, you have purview over all the departments in the city. So but I don't need to tell you that. So when we get an audit report, and meaning that you got Jack Lipset here, I don't know if he's on the call, why is it that DCA, our fiscal monitors, well, let me just ask, do they get a copy, Mr. Zelinski or Mr. Cruz? Does DCA receive a copy of the city's audit report as the fiscal monitor?
Yes, they do.
Okay. So, and they haven't, they've never come back to the city with any type of comments or recommendations or concerns. Why is that the case and they are the fiscal monitors?
Again, I can't speak for DCA.
Well, okay, is Jack Lipset on the phone? Is he on the call?
I have no idea.
Because, and that's another thing that, Council President, I would want the law department to follow up and include in that letter. Here we are. I want to know what issues DCA have, if any, with the audit, with any of the items that have been listed in the audit for the city to remediate and to address. Because I'm really getting, my patients are wearing thin with DCA. I believe right now DCA is negligent in their governance over Trenton. And someone needs to provide an audit over at DCA if they are not doing their job. So I want to know, why haven't they written up their assessment and their concerns around the audit issues that McCadian has put forward in their reports? Thank you.
Mr. Conlon, you may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Would you like that in the roll call or consent agenda?
Could be consent.
I thought I heard a member say roll call. Mr. Rodriguez, did you say roll call?
Yeah, roll call.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Next, we have Resolution 21-443. This is resolution providing sale. Yes, ma'am.
I was going to ask Mrs. Zielinski to explain this refund bond.
Yes, ma'am. Would you like me to read the title first, ma'am?
Yes, please.
This is Resolution 21-443, a resolution providing for the sale and issuance of not to exceed $12,500,000 aggregate principal amount of water utility refunding bond series 2021, qualified pursuant to the provisions of the Municipal Qualified Bond Act, Public Law 1976, Chapter 38, as amended, of the City of Trenton in the County of Mercer, State of New Jersey, authorized by a refunding bond ordinance heretofore finally adopted by the City Council of the City on May 7, 2020, to refund certain bonds of the city and providing for the form and other details with respect to the sale and issuance of said refunding bonds. Mr. Zielinski.
Mrs. Zielinski. Yes.
Mr. Zielinski, Council President, was asking for an explanation.
Sorry, having trouble with the mute button here again.
I got you, sir.
Sorry, what happened is we issued these bonds many years ago, I think it was 9 or 10 years ago, with a refunding issue, with a refunding clause in them. The conditions are right now where if we go out, borrow new bonds for a lower interest rate, we can refund the current bonds and save interest money. And that's what this resolution is designed to do.
So if the bond is 10 years old, why isn't everything that needed to be done under that time done? If it's 10 years old,
well, it might be done, but we still have to pay the bonds off over a number of years. So we're doing a refunding on the balance of that bond issue.
Okay. All righty. Gotcha. Thank you.
It's kind of like refinancing your house.
Right, I got you. Mm-hmm. Thanks. Mr. Conlon, you may continue.
I'd like that listed, ma'am.
Yeah, it could be, that's a bond, so it'll be a roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Next is Resolution 21-444, a resolution awarding a contract through a fair and open process. In accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap 8-20.4, Sect to Willents, Goldman, and Spitzer, PA, for bond counsel services depending on the number of note and bond sales the city does during the course of 1 year through RFP 2021-21.
consent.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have resolutions from the Department of Housing and Economic Development, C. Andre Daniels, Acting Director. First, we have Resolution 21-406, a resolution authorizing the award of the contract to the law office Goldenberg, Mackler, Say, Mintz, Pepper, Bonchi, and Gill to provide specialized professional legal services regarding in-rem tax foreclosure litigation matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A -20.5 at second, an amount not to exceed $50,000 per RFP 2021-25.
Roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-407, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to IBM Construction Corp. For the construction services for the Neighborhood Redevelopment and Revitalization Pilot Program for demolition and/or stabilization of vacant abandoned structures, HMFA demo funded, for a period of 1 year from August 6, 2021 to August 5, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $170,000, $499.60.
Roll call that. Roll call
Council
that.
President? Council President?
Yes, go right ahead.
Is the director on the line, Mr. Daniels?
Mr. Daniels?
Council President, I am.
Hello, good evening, Mr. Daniels.
Good evening, Council.
So your department is currently have a couple subpoenas over at the New Jersey Attorney General's office. And why are we? Why aren't you holding these back, or is this a moratorium or such until we get notification back from the AG that you're clear to move forward? From DCA or anybody that says, you know what, we need to hold off on this demolition stuff because of the scrutiny that we're under and questions that are being asked by law enforcement, right? Why are we still moving forward with, demolition projects?
Ma'am, what I would just simply say is these properties, as I have observed and has been certified to me, represent imminent hazards to public safety and should come down, notwithstanding the fact that there are legal actions that have been taken. Those legal actions predate me. While I am concerned about them, moreover, I'm more concerned about the overall inflection to a department of men and women, quite frankly, who rise every day to do a stellar job for the city of Trenton. A quick tour of the city, and we can clearly see that from atrophy, from weather incidents, and just other incidents that we have a number of houses that should imminently come down. Hopefully that answered your question, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. Can we roll call this, Council President?
Yes. You may continue, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have resolutions from the Department of Recreation, Natural Resources, and Culture, Maria Richardson, Director. First, we have Resolution 21-410. This is a resolution accepting and awarding a negotiated contract to Pool Boys Pool Spa LLC for on-call swimming pool maintenance for 5 public swimming pools for a period of 1 year from July 1st, 2021 to June 20th, should be June 30th, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $75,000.
Council President.
Yes.
This failed. This failed last time. Why is it back on the docket?
Did that fail? I thought it passed.
No, I don't believe it failed. I think it was tabled. But
No, it wasn't. No. We took the vote. It failed because it was supposed to be supermajority, and it didn't get the supermajority. It failed.
Mr. Collin, can you look that up?
I'm trying. I'm looking it up right now.
Because I have the note from Mr. Collin and Mr. Kaluji about this particular contractor. It failed because they could not use, because this was the only bidder, and they were going to use they were just going to use the competitive bid process. They weren't going to do the fair and open process. They were not going to go out to RFP. In order to do that, you have to get a supermajority vote, and it failed to get a supermajority vote.
Yeah, I don't have it as going up and failing, ma'am. I'm sorry. I just, it was, to the best of my.
No, this is illegal right now because I have the emails and it was on the record. This resolution failed. Is Mr. Kaloji on the line? We took the vote.
Yes.
And it failed. Now, if we move forward with this, I have some serious concerns about the record keeping of this council.
Mr. The way that I can't remember, I thought it was pulled because there was a question about what a negotiated contract was.
That's correct, was, ma'am.
We answered that question, Council President, and we took it to vote. It was not pulled. It was voted on, and it failed. And it came back.
I don't remember.
Mr. Kaloji came back and said it needs a supermajority vote. And that vote was taken, and it did not get supermajority, and it failed.
Mr. Kaloji is on the line. Could you speak to this, Mr. Kaloji? Mr. Kaloji.
And we're going to roll call this, and I will send the email.
Yes, Council President, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I remember addressing the issue of what constitutes a negotiated contract. It's verbiage in a local public contracts law. That's all I remember doing on it. So I don't remember any issue as to the number of votes needed and whether it passed or failed. Mr. Conlon would have to check that.
I have the document.
She said that you came back and said that it needed a supermajority vote.
I don't recall that. I usually put everything in an email. If it was in an email,
But the law says it right here in the resolution.
I remember that part. I'm not questioning that part.
Kathy, I'm surprised that you don't remember
I don't believe we actually took the vote on it.
No, I just remember the negotiated piece, but we need to get, Mr. Collins needs to verify.
Well, it does need a supermajority vote. It's stated right here in the resolution.
Right, that I'm not arguing with. That I don't have an issue.
Right, that's from the statute.
Yes, from the statute.
So there was at the last meeting a motion to table this to the next meeting. It was made by Mr. Harrison. It was seconded by Mr. Blakely. The motion to table to the next meeting, and this was on September 16th, so this would be the next set of meetings. It was a motion to table to this meeting.
Okay, so now
so accordingly, it was not voted upon, and it was tabled to this meeting and is being considered at this meeting. But there was
who voted to table?
The vote was as follows. This was a motion to table the next meeting by Mr. Harrison, second by Mr. Blakely. Table the next meeting. The votes were as follows. Mr. Blakely, aye. Ms. Cole, Mr. Harrison, aye. Mr. Michelle was absent. Mr. Rodriguez voted aye. Ms. Vaughan voted aye. Council President McBride was absent.
No, I did not.
Okay, ma'am. Well, I will.
Okay,
he's pretty specific to me.
Illegal.
All righty.
Oh, no. This is the second
this is
time.
on the docket today.
No. I did not vote aye on that.
Okay, ma'am. I
No.
Whoever made up that resolution, that vote, it's criminal.
Okay, I am not a criminal.
I have emails associated with this issue.
Kojak.
Councilwoman.
That is, Council President, I am calling out here. There's no way I voted yes to table that resolution.
Trump mute button.
I was the one who challenged
the resolution
that
was
they
tabled.
couldn't use that bidding process, and that it didn't go out to RFP. Now, if people are not recording these resolutions and the outcomes of the council's vote, this is some corruption that is beyond me.
I'm not a corrupt official, ma'am. Please do not
I'm
say
just
that.
telling you, I did not vote that way.
Councilwoman Vaughn, this resolution could either be roll call or it
Well,
could be consent agenda.
You can move
Now-
forward with it, but I will not,
So,
I will not vote
move-
on this, and I will produce my
So
documentation.
make it a roll call vote,
But if
Mr.
folks
Conlon,
are
please.
recording council votes after the meeting, that is
Councilwoman Vaughn, you're gonna have to rein yourself in tonight.
do I not have to?
We move on.
Mr. Conlon, was there a
But I can't
recording of
yourself
that vote?
There is, and I
Mr.
will
Collins,
record it,
recording
and
of
I will
that?
take out the snippet tomorrow, and I will send it out. There was a
My
recording.
man, bring that forward. Appreciate
I
that.
will do a memorandum on tomorrow on the vote. I will cut out.
Mr.
the-
Conlon,
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Conlon, we're
I
gonna
want
move
the
forward.
recording.
And Councilwoman Vaughn, rein yourself in, and we'll move forward, Mr. Conlon.
Yes,
Council
ma'am.
President? Council President?
I would like the CD of that meeting.
Move forward, Mr. Conlon. I will
Yes, ma'am.
not tolerate Councilwoman Vaughn
Council President?
going rogue here.
Oh, I'm not going
Council
rogue.
President?
This council has gone rogue.
Go ahead, Mr. Conlon.
Council President?
Yes, ma'am.
Council President?
Yes,
Council President?
yes,
Is,
Mr.
can I
Harrison.
ask a question? Yes.
yes, go right ahead.
Can I ask a question, Council President?
Go right
Mr.
ahead.
Collin, right, my question is Mr. Collin is stating that I tabled it, correct?
That's what he stated.
Harrison
On the record.
first, second Blakely.
Thank you very much. There you go, on the record. Thank you, appreciate it.
But I did not vote for it.
Mr. Conlon, let's move forward.
Yes, ma'am. This is Resolution 21-445, a resolution awarding a contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A-20.4 at Sec to Bergman Architectural Associates, Inc. for architectural professional engineering design for construction document preparation and construction oversight field house concession stand, Calhoun Street Park, New Willow Street, Trenton, New Jersey, for a period of 1 year from October 8, 2021 to October 7, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $62,500 through RFP 2021-13.
Roll call.
Madam President,
Yes.
I'd like to know how much the whole project is going to cost. If we're going to pay $62,000 for just the prints and stuff, that's what I understand, I guess. For the concession stand, but how big is that concession stand? How much is going to cost the whole project? It's not here.
Never here.
Roll call it, and can he get that information, Mr. Conlon? He needs to know what the total cost is. He needs to know exactly how big the concession stand is, and if we're spending $62,000 just for preparations, what is the exact cost of the concession stand? Can we get that before?
Yes, ma'am. I'm taking my notes.
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, that was roll called. This is next resolution 21-446. And this is a resolution accepting bid and awarding a contract to Earl Asphalt Company, P.O. Box 556, Farmingdale, New Jersey, 07727 for the construction of Hetzel Field parking lot for a period of 1 year from September 10, 2021 to September 9, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $503,913.13 through bid 2021-38.
Council President,
Go right ahead.
I would like to see the bids that came in on these, on this particular resolution. Have Maria Richardson, Director Richardson, send all the bids that came in on this particular job, this project.
Roll call this. Roll call.
You got that, Mr. Collins? Do I have to put an email out? I want for Thursday all the bids that came in for this project.
Actually, ma'am, the bids were part of the package that was sent out to the council with the backup by email. All of the
I
bids.
can see all the bids.
Yes, ma'am, they were emailed out.
I just seen that one.
Mr. Mr. Collins,
Okay,
just
I will
send
review
them
it.
back.
I will review it. Mm-hmm.
So I'll make sure all of the bids are rejected or not. I'll see what's there and I'll compare them to what purchasing gives me. That is roll call, ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you. Next, we have Resolution 21-447, a resolution authorizing approval to apply and accept a grant application and execute a contract with the New Jersey Department of Transportation Safe Routes to School Program 2022 for the Brunswick Avenue Corridor Safe Routes to School project.
Which, is that on the screen?
I'm moving it up right now, ma'am.
I got you. All righty, this could be part of the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-448, a resolution rejecting bids received for the furnishing and delivery of uniforms and footwear for the City of Trenton employees bid through bid 2021-07.
Continue. That could be consent agenda. Continue.
Next, we have Resolution 21-449. This is a resolution awarding a contract through fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A 20-20.4 et sec awarded to multiple vendors for engineering and regulatory compliance services on an as-needed basis for a period of 1 year from September 10, 2021 to September 9, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $800,000 through RFP 2021-32.
Roll call that.
Cut. Yeah, please.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-417. 21-417. This is a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Rustling Paving and Concrete for roadway restoration for the townships for the City of Trenton for a period of 1 year from September 1st, 2021 to August 31st, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $633,825 through bid 2021-21.
Roll call.
Yes, ma'am.
Are all the bids, Council President? Are all the bids attached to that? I don't understand why we got to ask for the bids when it should all be here, right? We go through this every council meeting since I've been on council. The administration not compliant with giving the council appropriate level of information.
Council President, would you like me to proceed?
Yes, because we
Yeah.
gonna roll
Next is
call
resolution.
that. Mhm.
Next is Resolution 21-451. Now, let me just make a note. She wants all the bids, just in case they weren't attached to the backup. Next, we have Resolution 21-451, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to ProCops LLC to provide armed security guard services for a period of 1 year from October 8, 2021 to October 7, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $253,344 through bid 2021-40.
It said, roll call.
Council President, may I ask a question about that? Where are these armed guards for?
Council President, may I answer that question?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Council Vice President. This is for the security at the filtration plant, not at Cortlandt Street.
Okay. All right, thank you.
What happened to the K Street group, Marge? The ones that were there.
If you're asking me that question, Council President, they were not the low bidder for this this project. ProCops was.
You may continue, Mr. Collins.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Next, we have Resolution 21-418, a resolution accepting bid and awarding contract to Highway LLC for the furnish and pickup of coal patch Chapter 3, Section 485 non-fiber coal patch bituminous stockpile patching material for a period of 1 year from October 8th, 2021 to October 7th, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $125,000 at a unit price of $125 for 1,000 tons through bid 2021-40.
Madam President, a point of clarification. How about 21.417? What happened to it? I believe we skipped it.
No, sir, that was marked for roll call. Ms. Vaughn wanted all of the bids for that one as well.
Oh, okay. On that, I believe that we voted this one down with a different number not too long ago.
The last contract I see is from May of 2020, or May 21st, 2020. That passed 6-1. Let me just make sure. I do not have a failed contract for it.
You are correct. You're correct.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're correct. I think I'm referring to a different resolution that is here.
Yes, sir. Council President, would you like me to proceed? Council President?
Kathy, you're on mute.
Yeah, I unmuted myself. Thank you. Thank you.
And
Go
Council,
ahead, Mr. Collins.
how would you like to list that, ma'am?
That's for that's consent. If no one wants to roll call it, it can be part of the consent.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-413. This is a resolution exercising the option to extend the contract for an additional 1 year awarded to Green Groundskeeping for groundskeeping and maintenance services at Trenton watering facilities from October 8, 2021 to October 7, 2022 in an amount not to exceed.
That failed, Mr. Conlon. Go back to the notes. That failed. It shouldn't be back on the docket.
Let me take a look, ma'am.
Please do.
My next resolution is 452.
452, that was changed last night. 452 was pulled by the administration yesterday. There was an updated copy emailed out last night. So I actually have the initial resolution for Green's groundkeeping for bid 2020-44, which is this right here. I actually have that as passing with you being absent, ma'am, on August 6, 2020. And then this would be the renewal of that contract. So this contract here is the renewal on the original bid here for the extension of the 1 year.
All right.
How would you like to proceed for the Green's groundkeeping, ma'am?
Roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-416, a resolution accepting the bid and awarding contract to Ferguson EMT LLC for the furnish and delivery of Metropolitan N94 ductile iron 1 year from October 8, 2021 to October 7, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $152,549.91 through bid 2021-27.
questions, you can add that to the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-420, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Lima Charlie Construction for roadway restoration for Elmwood Avenue, Hamilton Township, for a period of 1 year from October 8, 2021 to October 7, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $34,034 through bid 2021-48. How'd you like to proceed, ma'am?
If no one has any objections, it could be part of the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. And finally, ma'am, for ordinances, we have first reading and introduction of ordinance 21-023, an ordinance amending section 2-29, redevelopment functions, and section 2-34, division of planning, in Article 7, Department of Housing and Economic Development, and Chapter 2, administration of the Code of the City of Trenton. This will be by roll call. Public hearing for this will be on October 21st, 2021. Council President, that is the docket for this evening. For the docket review. Next, we would have on the agenda public comments.
Yes, I would like to move straight into public comment.
Tonight, would anybody like to be heard for the public portion of the public comment section for tonight's meeting for docket items only? Council President, we have Ms. Sherry Garrett.
Go right ahead, Ms. Garrett.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I feel just like everybody because this is a long night and I'm going to speak on it. But I wish particular council members, you know, instead of being argumentative, that we're all on here and we're all putting our time in instead of tacking and stay with the agenda. Because, you know, this here dogging and bullying is out of order. It's been out of order. And I wish the council person who they know who I'm talking to will cut the crap. A lot of these items on here, I'm just a little, some of this stuff, the stuff that you sent for the backup, for some reason, I don't know. I tried to match this stuff up with the stuff that's on the, what's listed on the agenda, and I seem to got a little confused because it doesn't seem like what the supporting documentation to the resolutions on the agenda. I don't know. It's like stuff that seems like is all over the place. But I just find it very peculiar. So you have to work with me here because, like I said, I tried to look at the backup and I just couldn't seem to match it up with the numbers that's on the agenda. But one of them is the demolition with the HMA, home, the state, with state of New Jersey, the finance arm of the state of New Jersey. I apologize. I just find it very interesting. There's 9 properties, but it's going to cost $200,000. But we've been in the past. You know, I just question some of these bills because here, when you start, you know, drilling down and you know, analyzing what was approved prior for costs for demolition and what you're putting forth now, it's a big disparity in costs. Like, you know, 9 buildings for close to, you know, 100 and close to $200,000, where this would have cost more. But make a long story short, let me just go down this daggone list. Right now, we are in the mix of stuff. I'm not really sure why there's a big feud here in regards to this demolition, because we've been asking, the city residents has been asking for buildings to be demoed. All of a sudden, there's an investigation. And now we got council people who, most of the time when you're voting on these bills, especially for demolition or for contractors, out-of-state contractors, this is all of a sudden now you want to be involved. And I think we're circumventing here. We're trying to take the spotlight off of the mayor, and we're pushing these projects through for what reason or another, but it's a suspect. And I think the folks who are doing it needs to be investigated. In regards to the police director, this gentleman, you just blatantly just told him you're overlooking him. I really don't know who he is. I know he worked for the city of Trenton for in his police career. But my point is this, in regards to this, you're hiring someone. I mean, it's just nonsense, because it's just, I don't even know if you guys are even competent enough to even hire somebody. I'm not trying to be insulting, but it's just enough is enough. Mr. Cruz, your explanation, I just don't have confidence we're going to get a qualified police director. In regards to Mr. Lewinsky, in regards to the audit, yes, you are correct. The auditors should really present their findings to the council so they can ask questions instead of it coming from Mr. Cruz. But Mr. Lewinsky, when you set this up, you've been in this role as an interim finance director. You're supposed to look at last year's findings to make sure before they come in there to do their current audit that you have things, those you're compliant. You did your action. I forgot what it is. Your response to correct the continuous findings that the auditors find every year. That's part of your job. That's not something you should be saying that was prior to me coming. You should have looked at that and made sure that everything was in order before they did the audit. That's your responsibility. That's what you're getting paid for. That's what you committed to the role. Let's see, the rest of the current budget, again, you all passed it. I just don't get it. You guys, we're spending, and I said this years ago. I said this years ago, in regards to, some of these bills that are automatically being passed. I mean, some of you council folks don't really understand what the purpose of the election for the council is checks and balances. And for some reason, some of the council folks don't realize that's why you were elected. And if you wanted to work for the administration, you shouldn't have ran for office. You should have worked for the administration. In regards to, what is it? I know it was something I wanted to hit on here, and I'm going to wrap it up. In regards to, oh God, that's what I'm saying. HMFA. In regards to, oh goodness. I apologize. In regards to, that's what the council is for. If we don't, if we're no confidence, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you. I got it together. I'm going to wrap it up. To Councilman Michelle, I do remember the time back at that time when you were, I think it was the second year you were on council, because you were voted in on the city council because the South Ward person resigned. I think they had a short term. And I remember your behavior. You really went at the former Tony Mack, corruption. You made all kinds of allegations. You even went after a few other folks that were that was hired in his administration, was very competent in their jobs and was doing it quite well. I think there's a issue when it comes down to certain people, especially gender and race, when you question something, because all of a sudden now, we play this head game of, you don't know, you're not reading stuff, or you're not competent in your questioning. I'm insulted, because I'm not trying to sound critical of Councilman Michelle and Councilman Harrison, but the way you address issues on this council just seems like the elevator don't go up too far. You know, I'm saying it nicely. So I think you need to back off and let people do what they were elected to do, and that is to investigate. Because if council's not doing its job or what it's elected to do, why do we need a council? The city could just be run by the mayor and administration. You got to figure out what your lane is. And it just seems like there's always a conflict with with the agenda, because certain council people don't know what their actual role is and the purpose of why you're elected in that role. Okay? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Council President, next we have Evangeline Gordon. Ms. Gordon.
Go right ahead, Mr. Gore.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I want to thank all of you, council members, for doing your civic duties. It's been indeed a very interesting lesson. It's been very good learning it at all times, whether it was in person or over the waves as we have been doing remotely via this medium. So, I want to reiterate everything that my fellow Trenton City resident and citizen Sherry Garrett said, on top of saying that our new Housing and Economic Development Director, Mr. Daniels, I listened to your response to the questions that were directed at you. They were very nicely scripted for a person who has been nicely coached. Of course, you serve at the pleasure of the mayor. And so I didn't expect any different answer. I'm not saying you're not a competent person, but I would say, watch out. That's all I have to say. Watch out. Okay? As far as the votes by the council regarding the vote of no confidence in this mayor, I've said it previously, and I'm going to repeat again. This is an administration that summarily came in costing us money, that came in, employing the all too important formula of divide and conquer of the council, pitting them against each other and fighting with them and taking them to court and costing us money with DCA. And I think one of you mentioned earlier today, and I'm in complete agreement with that. The oversight onus is on the state. DCA, whatever office of them that is providing oversight over this here city under the MOU. Whether it be with our finances and balancing our budgets, which has thus far not happened, hence we're still under the MOU, whether it has to do with the Trenton Waterworks, whether it has to do with hirings or whatever that they are trying to preclude, the common denominator element here is the oversight entity, and that is the state, DCA, whoever. So as far as I'm concerned, all the propaganda that has been generated in the papers here regarding a non-cohesive council, council that is against development in the city or whatever, we are watching, we are reading between the lines. We can figure things out for ourselves, and we know what's going on, okay? This mayor deserves to resign and go away so that we can reorganize and restructure. It is only a matter of time, and before I forget, as I've stated before, let me restate it again resoundingly. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when and how all your collective Pandora's boxes come unhinged and the lids flip, okay? There's more coming. Watch out. That's all I have to tell you. There's more coming. This is ridiculous, this council. And let me repeat again something I've said in the past. There is an ongoing spreadsheet about all these issues, all these resolutions, all these applications, all this money laundering and quid pro quoing. And when it concerns a certain group of people, the judgment is swift. When it concerns another group of people, then there is a hem and a haw. We can figure out the hem and a haw for y'all. Like I've often said, let me repeat again tonight. This here emperor that is ruling this here city with the complacent and complicit emperors in oversight You all are walking around butt naked. Okay? We can see clearly that you ain't got no cloaks on. Y'all need to find some cloaks and put on this here butt nakedness. Okay? Over the treatment, over the governance of this city. Please do us a favor. Okay? I speak like a kid. I'm a kid. I ain't got no fairy godmothers or godfathers in this city. I just speak it as I see it. And I know that I'm one of your pariahs. Somebody told me I was on the shit list. Well, guess what? Y'all had better get out some thick wads of toilet roll for the wiping. Okay? That's all I have to say. Watch out. Thank you.
Continue, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. Next, Council President, we have Ms. Mary Horn.
Go right ahead, Ms. Horn. Ms. Horn?
Ms. Horn, you're going to have to unmute yourself, ma'am.
Go. All right, briefly, because what I would like to say is that it's been said already, and I concur with Mr. Gorgie and Ms. Garrett. 21-432, resolution, no confidence. I totally agree with that, and I believe also that there shouldn't be a vote on any resolutions that will put forth until we find out if it is found a fact that there has been some malfeasance as far as our mayors is concerned, or if it has been founded, then we should not be accepting any resolutions that has been put forth until we find till the fact founding is done. And so also with the Corps of Engineers, U.S. Engineers 21-434, I agree with that. We have the Raritan River that lets water, that can release water down here on our Delaware River, which we have currently or previously have put in a flap that controls the water, where the water can be drained out of that unless something gets stuck. And the last time something got stuck, it was a sneaker in there, so it over flooded the river and brought it over there on Riverside. So I totally agree with that. The Army Corps of Engineers should come in or be allowed to come in and give a presentation so that we would know here in the West Ward here, because that's where we on the island experience most of the occurrence when the river overflows. So there should be a presentation on that 21-434. I totally agree with that, and I'm waiting to hear from that too. And the extension of Steve Wilson as acting police director, I believe that there should have been someone in place. I heard that there was some resumes there. If they have not served in the position of chief, they should not even really be considered. So I hope that has been a consideration. And so either you're going to approve them or you're just going to move on and get somebody that's in that permanent position. Enough of swapping out here and there. So, and lastly, least at this with the construction of the bridge over on Level Street. Let the state come in and do their survey and let the state say no. Let them say no, because there have been lives lost on crossing that path. There's a senior building there, and I can understand, and I concur with Mr. Rodriguez with that. Let the state come in and decide if there's enough room, or come up with a decision where people can be safe and to crossing that 29 Lilla Street. And so basically, I concur with everything that was said as far as Councilwoman Vaughn. We shouldn't be voting on anything on this docket tonight until we find out where we can go forth as far as the investigation is concluded. Thank you very much. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, Council President, yes, ma'am, we have Blanca Oler.
Go right ahead.
Okay, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to say that my name is Blanca Oler, as you know, and I am a Hispanic, and I've been in the city of Trenton for many, many years, and I listen to every council meeting, whether it's Tuesday or Thursday, hardly ever speak on my opinion. But today I felt compelled, and I want to say no one sent me, No one asked me to come and speak. It's just because what I have heard and what I have seen, I feel compelled to speak on it. There was a reason why our founding fathers established 3 branches of government. There is a legislative branch, there is an executive branch, there is a judicial branch. And that is the basic form of democratic government. But at times I feel that this council wants to be the legislative branch, but they also want to be the executive branch. And they want to direct the cabinet to do, and they talk down to the cabinet. And they feel that the more hostile they are to the cabinet members, the better they are. And that is so messed up. It really is. Because we cannot have a good form of government in Trenton unless all 3 branches are able to function independently and respectfully of each other. Today I heard things of the sort of like asking Adam Cruz if he spoke English. Well, I want to say I speak Spanish. And I felt when that comment came through that it was racist. It was racist. It was racist to me as a Spanish-speaking American. And you have to be careful how you treat these experts, because whether you like it or not, these people that are in this position are experts in their fields, and they have things to bring to Trenton. And the way the reputation of Trenton is going, no one is going to want to come to Trenton to work if they're going to be disrespected and they're going to be always talked down to. I also heard a comment to the effect of F, answer the question. F, answer the question. Well, you fill in the blanks. That is terrible. That is terrible. That is so disrespectful. And to top it off now, this council wants to be the judicial branch. Now they want to judge the mayor, and believe me, no one asked me to speak on his behalf or anybody's behalf. I'm speaking for freedom and for the form of government, because if this council takes over all branches, that's the path to dictatorship. And I really don't want to live in Trenton if this council is going to be a dictator to the rest of the branches of government in Trenton. So I think that the disrespect shows. We're the livestock of Mercer County. The way you speak to each other, the way you interrupt each other, the way you don't respect each other, and the way you bring people from the community to speak on your behalf. And it's very obvious. So I was really upset today. And what it shows is a lack of experience in your part in understanding management issues. It really does show that. It shows that this council really don't have the experience to be able to understand what real management is about. And I'm not talking on Rick's behalf or anybody's behalf, but if some of you are planning to run for a mayor, please check yourselves out. Because if you're speaking to the public in this way, and if you're making these fights in public, the respect goes down. And right now, to be honest with you, I do not have a lot of respect for this council. And that's all I have to say, unfortunately. Thank you.
Next, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, Council President. Next, we have Ms. Chowdhury again.
Go right ahead, Ms. Caltrin.
Okay, hi. I wanted to address an issue which has been, I guess, at the forefront of my mind, and that is basically the issue of crime in Trenton and the issue of policing. I've mentioned this issue before. I think that policing is, I think that there's a crisis in policing. I think it's been going on for a long time. I speak from a little bit of personal experience. The Trenton police profiled, I think I've mentioned before, profiled my tenants. My tenants are all African-American men in their 20s and 30s. There's a soldier, there's a school bus driver, amongst others, but they were all profiled as criminals by the police with no proof, no evidence. They refuse, even to this date, to give me the reasons that they came up with these strange fabrications. And the reason I want Trenton to think about this is because the issues with policing go far deeper. Of course, there's blatant issues of racism around this. There's blatant issues of, I think, a certain degree of economic stratification around this. But listening to the budget and how people are talking about fighting crime, I think that you're missing a lot of important pieces in this. The fight against crime in Trenton, I think, is very short-sighted. It's been demonstrated again and again by studies, by, experience, by stories people tell you, by research, which seems to get ignored again and again when it comes time for legislation and policy decisions. But it's been demonstrated again and again that incarceration does nothing. It doesn't deter people from committing crime. And the purpose of incarceration is not in our current times to rehabilitate. The purpose of incarceration is to increase what is really a school-to-prison pipeline and what ends up being a prison pipeline kind of to the end of someone's life. Once someone's part of that system, very difficult for them to get back out. And I think Trenton is just an example of what's wrong with policing. What happened to me was anecdotal, but I think significant. It demonstrates the mass incarceration of certain groups of people. It demonstrates the power the police have to make anything up out of any place. It demonstrates also the failure of the ability of the police to police themselves.
We must stick to what's on the docket.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was open. But my point is that I think your budget would be better spent doing things that would decrease the incidences of crime rather than spending your time chasing crime. You can spend all your time, picking the leaves, but if you attack the root, you're going to have you're going to make much more headway. You're going to have much more success. When I look at the overtime that's spent on policing and I look at that and compare it to how much is spent on the youth program, I just can't understand. I think it was $15,000 or something on the youth program. That's a matter of hours for someone to ride around, which is pretty much what police do. I haven't seen a lot of community engagement, but I've seen a lot of police just ride around and sit around. So I don't understand how I think that Trenton is continuing to use their budget money instead of restructuring the city in significant manners. They're continuing to use that budget money to feed the jail complex, the pay the police complex, keep moving those tax dollars out of the city. And no matter what you do to this budget, it's going to continue to be a stopgap budget unless you take some bold, immediate, and radical moves to fundamentally change how you think about the budget in Trenton. And you fundamentally think about where you spend your time and money. And I think that, the police is just one example of where it gets wasted. If you continue to do the same old, you're going to have the same old results. And on a simple results-based analysis, things have not been going nicely. And I applaud those who are being rigorous and who are challenging the status quo, as difficult as it is to go through the mechanics of those discussions. I applaud them for bringing some actual change and attempting to bring some actual change. There's a lot of money going into this new budget, and not this particular budget, but in general, the grant. And I would just hate to see the same. I would hate to see the same basically the last 12 months happen again and again and again, because that's what it feels like. It just feels like a rerun, the same issues, same police brutality, same lawsuits, same overtime, same wastage. It's, and $10,000 for your cultural program. Think carefully about what you're doing and where this money really goes. And that's it. And think about decriminalizing drugs, because that's also where a lot of your money goes. It just keeps going in that circle, that vicious circle of criminalizing behavior, criminalizing activities, paying people to chase people down, paying other people to put people in cages.
Our docket is important. Thank you. All righty, Mr. Collin. Unmute yourself, Mr. Collin.
Ladies and gentlemen, does anybody else wish to be heard for docket items only?
Yes, can you hear me? My name is Faith Ann Pearson.
Faith Ann Pearson.
Go right ahead, Ms. Pearson.
I have been on a lot of the council meetings. I downloaded, actually, I tried to print the resolution 21-406. I can't read it. The first page is got so much misprint or where when they copied it, I can't even understand it. One looks like it says $5 million, or is it $50,000? I cannot read it. Does anybody go over these dockets to be sure that they are legible? They have everything attached when they go up onto the website. If they don't, someone needs to. There's a lot. There's one. Conlon had to say the word function, but it wasn't the word function. It was FN. There was no U for function, but he knew what the word was. Someone needs to go over a lot of the dockets or the resolutions before they go up on to the website, so that not only individuals but the entire city council doesn't look like a bunch of juveniles. Thank you.
And Mr. Conlon?
Yes, ma'am. Does anybody else wish to be heard for public portion?
I'm seeing no one else. I move to close the public portion.
Council President
Second.
McBride, second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That's four.
Yes.
Any opposed? Seeing none opposed, public portion is closed. Council President, next is civic comment.
On with that.
I have a motion to suspend civic comment by Council President McBride. A second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. All in favor?
Well, I'm not in favor of that, Kathy, but, you know, we've always suspended civic comments. Our constituents are on the line. They want to hear what we have to say. And this is like becoming a common thing that we suspend civic comments. Unacceptable. But it goes to the status quo comments that folks are talking about on the call. It's to deliberately and intentionally to shut certain council members down so folks don't address
Mr. Collins, we had a majority
of supporting the status quo in this city has been going on for the past 10 years.
Mr. Conlon.
Yeah,
we had a majority. And
I heard three. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, that's five. Any opposed? Any opposed? All in favor, seeing none opposed, civic comment is suspended by the council. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So moved.
I have a motion for Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second? Second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. All in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none opposed, we are adjourned at 10:14 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, we will reconvene on Thursday at 5:30 p.m. at this same meeting link. There will be an update to the docket posted tomorrow. We thank you for your time. Be well. If you're not already home, get home safe. Thank you.
Good night.
Nice.